Hey folks, welcome to the live stream. Glad you could be here. Today's another big day for me because this is 3 weekends in a row I've been able to live stream, so things are looking up. Don't know what the weather, how things are going to work out for next weekend. We'll see if my house is still standing. Anyways, so anyway, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to the live stream. I really appreciate it. Everybody in the community makes this hobby what it is, and it's great. So today, got something a little different going on. In the past couple streams I've been working on my own builds. Last week was the FPV Cycle Cinesplorer, which by the way is tight. Very, very nice flying. With that said, there's a Shen drone squirt for sale if anybody's interested, because it flies way better than that thing does. So today I am building a 5-inch quad on 6S for one of my patrons, one of my viewers, one of my longtime supporters, Celis FPV. He's in the chat right now, and we were talking one day and on my Discord channel where I interact with a lot of people, and he's like, "Hey, I want to fly a 6-inch. Not super confident in my building abilities." Said, you know what? Send me your parts. I'll add in whatever I have to add in to make it work, and I should make for something interesting. So this is pretty much all his parts that he spec'd out. Obviously with a little bit of help and kind of massaging the parts list. This is what we came up with. This is the it's a Stark frame from the Getfpv FPV crate. So pretty nice looking little frame. Don't worry, parts are available for it now. Typically when Getfpv does their FPV crates, the parts aren't immediately available for the frames. It's usually like a month later after everybody's gotten their subscription crates. They don't want to spoil it for people, even though people like me put videos online and spoil it for everybody. But the parts are available, so that plenty of parts out there for it. It's not a super special frame. It's pretty basic. It is very well built. Everything's chamfered. It's moderately premium frame. It's not like Impulse RC type nice, but it's pretty nice. It'll be propelled by some Emax 2306 1700 kV motors. And he has I think this is a Hobby Wing 20x20 ESC. I guess these are basically the best ESCs you can get right now. And also a Brain Radx, I think it's the Lee, it's the 20x20 flight controller. I've never played around with a Brain flight controller, and I'm really kind of interested in it, especially with the graphical graphical OSD. It looks like a pretty interesting flight controller. I meant to put that on my X-Class build, but I got cheap, and iFlight and Banggood were kind of supplying parts, so I went with what they sent. Nothing wrong with that stuff. Let's see. Over in the chat here, we got Celis in there. We got Angel FPV. How's it going, buddy? James Loyal. Like I said, yeah, I already said it. Robert Ortlip, thanks for stopping by. Have I seen Jet's new prototype Steez V2? No, I have not. Let's see. Is that on their website, or let's see, Robert? I'm gonna make you a moderator. If you can find a link to that, go ahead and drop it in the comments. We'll go check it out together. Oh, and the other part of his build is it's gonna be running the RunCam Hybrid. I personally haven't used the Hybrid. I've used the Tarsier, which it was really funny when I looked up Tarsier, what a Tarsier actually is. It's some really bug-eyed looking animal from the rainforest. It kind of looks like the camera, so that was kind of a happy coincidence. Instagram. I don't know if I'm Instagramming with that guy. Yeah, let's see if we can take a quick jot down the Googler here. Let's see. Instagram. Steez V2. Why is everything zoomed in so much? And it doesn't seem like I can find it. Oh well. We'll revisit that a little bit later. So I hope everything's going well with you guys out there in the drone land. One of the things that came up on the Discord today is it was a happy or good morning dronies, and someone commented that it sounds an awful lot like bronies. I thought it was kind of funny. All right, so let's get started with this. If you guys have any questions throughout the stream, go ahead, type @tweetfpv. It'll light up your comment in yellow, and it'll, I don't know, my eye will be attracted to it. I try to read through all of it, but if it starts scrolling past and I miss it, just go ahead and ask it again. Oh, a couple other really cool things that have happened. I'm one of Bardwell's patrons, and he sent out a solicitation not too long ago about the guy who did his Cerakoting on his goggles. And if you don't know what Cerakoting is, it's a really high performance firearm coating. Typically it's used for firearm coatings, but it can be used on plastics. And the guy was looking for some samples to Cerakote, take pictures of, to draw up some business, because, you know, things were tight for him. And I actually managed to get a hold of the guy and talked him into Cerakoting my Tango 2, two Tango 2 shells actually. So why would I get two of them done? Think about it. And my Orca FPV1 goggles. Problem is, he said, well, I got to have the shells. I don't want the guts in them. I'm like, yeah, no problem. No problem. I got this. So here is the Tango 2 after being Cerakoted. So this finish is tough as nails. It's a baked on, like a enamel ceramic-y type finish. And pictures do not do this words or do it justice. It is just unbelievable looking. Like, look at that. Look at that finish. And here is my Orca goggles. This is not vinyl. This is painted on by gun by a true professional. He asked me what I wanted. I said, you know what, bro? You're the artist. Just do your thing. And there it is. Really, really sick looking. And here's the other extra shell that I have for reasons that you might possibly be able to figure out. So this was kind of his test run. These both were the Nostalgia clear shells. They're made of a little bit different material. The original Tango 2 shell kind of gets a little melty in the oven. Angel FPV, can the Orcas adjust field of view per degree? No, sort of. They can adjust to two different FOVs now. One they call race and one is acro. The race one really kind of tightens it up, and it looks really, really good. It's kind of what I was waiting for with the Orcas, since basically it advertised that they would have incremental adjustment. They're not quite there yet, but it's all ones and zeros. It's all software. Let's see. Who painted these things? So, let's see. His name is Grant Lashley. He's out of, I believe, Tampa, Florida. Sorry, I'm looking down because I'm looking at my phone to get the guy's info. You can find him on Instagram at SoFlo Customs. That's SOFLO Customs on Instagram. He does some really amazing work. This guy is a true artist. I honestly, like, the pictures don't do him justice. They look even better in person than they do in pictures. So obviously I was able to tear these apart. Everybody in the Orca forums say, oh, you need special tools to take these apart. It can only be done at the factory. Lies. Not that hard to tear apart. So obviously the teardown video is done. I haven't finished the reassembly video because I just got those back on Friday. Let's see. Mike Bergman, is that the Nostalgia model done from the inside? No, it's done from the outside, but it is the Nostalgia model. The original shell is made of a little bit different material and a little bit different pigmentation, and those kind of melt when you cure them in the oven. But the Nostalgia shells are fine-ish. There's a little bit of distortion to this. It wasn't anything I couldn't get by with. Basically, it was the little pegs that go up to locate the PCB. I just pushed down with a screwdriver to kind of get them to line up. So turnaround time then for myself, it was a couple weeks. I've been rocking my DJI goggles in analog mode for, oh geez, I gotta be going on 2 months now with these bad boys. Not because of him, but because I took a trip. I just wanted to try him out. He says his turnaround time is roughly a week to 2, obviously depending on the post office shipping rate, times, you know, the Rona, whatever he's got going on. But it sounds like he's pretty much looking for work. So definitely hit him up. He definitely knows what he's doing. He does a good job. By the way, I've been using the DJI goggles pretty much strictly for analog. I've been flying a lot of micros and 3" and under for the last month. These things are growing on me. I really like flying with these goggles. It's a minor nuisance to have to go into the menus and activate the auxiliary input, but to be honest, it ain't bad. Travis Stevens, welcome. Thank you for the kind words. Let's see. You have the diopter and the TBS on my DJI FPV goggles. Oh, okay, cool. So the diopters help you out. That's good to know. I know it was a couple streams ago people were asking about diopters for the DJI goggles. Again, I haven't changed my opinion. If you ask me, I can only buy one set of goggles right now. DJI. Got to be DJI. Even with the downsides. Oh, crap. Oh, sorry, knocked some stuff off my shelf here. Even with the downsides that they have, they're the best deal out there. And I heard on one of Bardwell's streams a couple, maybe last week, that there's a guy out there developing custom firmware for the DJI goggles, and he's enabled an HDMI output on it. Wow, like that's what we've all been waiting for. Well, that's what a lot of people have been waiting for. He's developed custom firmware to get rid of that 7-mile limit that it has. So there's some flexibility to them. I guess you got to know what you're doing though. Let's see. Hook up my Fat Sharks now and don't use them anymore. Yeah, the HDO2s, I had so much hopes for those things, and it just did not pan out. When they changed the mold of their shell for the HDO2s, they screwed it all up. A lot of people I know aren't really happy with them. They love the optics enough that, and plus they already bought them, that they're making them work, but none of them are truly happy with the fit anymore. The DJI analog upgrade, comparable or better than the HDO2? Well, that's a tough one because the DJIs are still LCD panels. They're not OLEDs. If DJI made an OLED goggle, which I'm going to guess, and don't quote me on this, I'd imagine their next goggle is going to be OLED. That's going to be a tough combo to beat there. Yeah, HDMI output, man, that's got to happen. Yeah, Drone Pilot. I think it was on Bardwell's stream last Sunday. There's a guy on there that, and I guess he's sending Bardwell the stuff to check it out. So if he's sending it, I don't have a reason not to believe that he's doing it. HDO sit on my shelf. Yeah, I've been hearing that from a lot of people. Plus, it's nice to just take one set of goggles and you can take all your quads, your analog quads, your HD quads. The thing about the HDOs that I didn't like up until recently was all the analog adapters that were out there. They were all just bulky and just really kind of half-assed. This one here from a guy named Mike Stevens. He's on Facebook. I have a video on this adapter. It is the most lowest of profile adapters out there. You do have to tear the goggles apart, but hey, if you can build a quad, you can disassemble these and put that in there. You should not be afraid of it. Travis Stevens, maybe you can answer this one. When using the DJI goggles with analog, do you need to leave the digital antennas connected? No, you do not. No. So the way DJI works is when you plug them in, they listen. They listen for your quad, or they listen for a quad on those antennas. And once it detects one that it's bound with, then it transmits to that quad to establish the link and to do all the magic smoke and mirrors between the two. But if you're just using the analog mod, you can take them off. They do transmit and receive, but they don't transmit until they receive something from a bound quad. So, all right, let's see if we can walk and talk a little bit. Oh, by the way, let's go ahead and fire this bad boy up here. So, who's ready for the next horribleness of 2020? We've got two pretty good-sized tropical storms coming towards basically right where I live. I'm not too worried about them. I'm a bit inland, so they look like they're both heading towards NOLA. How long does it take for the BDI adapter to install? The BDI adapter should only take you maybe 10 minutes at the most, because that's a non-modified adapter. It's literally take two screws out, take the faceplate off, put the new faceplate on, put two new screws in, plug in the cords, and you're done. The adapter that I have, which is, it's all internal, nothing's external, which keeps it low profile. I'd say for your first time tearing apart a set of DJI goggles, 2 hours, maybe tops. That's, being real careful, tucking all your wires away, making it look nice, 2 hours. Being very careful about pulling the Velcro off the faceplate so you don't wreck the adhesive. So the adhesive's strong enough and resilient enough that you can reuse it. But yeah. Let's see. Would you try the Ghost Immersion RC? Heck yeah, I would try it. I don't want to buy it though. Yeah, it sounds like it's a pretty stellar option. Just a little bit I've seen from a few reviewers. Well, basically just Bardwell. I'm a Bardwell fan. I watch a lot of stuff that he puts out there because I think he does a good job. There's some stuff where I think he's full of shit. And you just got to know what you're looking for. The Ghost system, he did a video with Stingy where they kind of matched each other in range, with the Ghost being a lower power output, which is pretty impressive. But FR Sky has sent me one of the new Archer RS receivers. And if you know anything about my channel, you go way back. Like the first video that got me going was a R9 versus Crossfire video. Really controversial because I found that at the same power output, they go the same distance. My testing methodology was radio up on a fence post about chest height, and I had the receiver wired up to a servo on failsafe. It would flip up a flag that said, Team Failsafe. It was a Spectrum logo. It's kind of funny. I put it on the dashboard of my car and I head down the road. The Archer R9 failsafes the same place that Crossfire and R9 did at 100 milliwatts. So take that for what it's worth. I'm sure my testing methodology isn't as good as it should be. There's always variables in there. But I also put it up against a RXSR running Access, and the RXSR fail-safed significantly sooner than the new Archer receiver, the Archer RS did. So another thing I was trying to do is strap two receivers, both set to throw servos and flags on failsafe, to my DJI Mavic Air. Problem is I run out of range on the Mavic Air before I can get them to failsafe. So yeah. R9's good stuff. There ain't nothing wrong with R9. There's things that, yeah, they could do better. The new R9 stuff's getting pretty good with the over-the-air updates and all that stuff. I haven't had any real issues to speak of that weren't operator error. That's kind of the issue with R9, is operator error is more frequent. By the way, Celis, that's what I was gonna ask you, is what receiver were we going with? And I forgot you're an R9 guy. I'll hook you up. I got an R9 here for you. Oh, big news on the Tango 2 front. The thing I've been waiting for, multi-protocol module bay, is available for the Tango 2. Where did I put my Tango 2? Oh, there it is. Get over here. Yeah, so double-side sticky tape right to the back. And it uses the mini JR bay, not the full-size guy, but the skinny one, kind of like what the new FR Sky X9 Lite and the X Lite radios use. Really cool. Problem is, I was an early adopter and I have a V1 PCB, which doesn't have the plug that I need to be able to run that module bay. But TBS is selling the V2s, so I got one of those. I got one of those on the way. Not saying that's going to get rid of my FR Sky stuff. It's just, it's nice to have the option to take only one radio instead of 2 or 3 or 4, or, you know, whatever mess you've got yourself into. Let's see. Tango 2. Yeah, it's an awesome radio. They really knocked it out of the park with the Tango 2. I really enjoy it. One thing about swapping the shells out, I damaged the speaker. So if you're going to do the translucent, if you're going to do the translucent shell, buy a new speaker. They use some pretty hefty epoxy, and just getting it out of there, I don't know what I did to it, but it doesn't work anymore. Robert Ortlep, I run Dragon Link V2 on my long range, just want something a little smaller. Yeah, Dragon Link was some pretty big stuff, and that's some pretty old tech. I don't know what the update cycle is on it. I don't know if they're still supporting it or developing it. Can't go wrong with R9, Crossfire, these high performance 2.4 gigahertz modules, and or not modules, but receivers from FR Sky are working pretty good. Of course, you got to have new hardware to run those. Hope they release internal multi-protocol. They're not going to. The PCBs don't have the hardware for internal multi-protocol, but TBS is developing their own external multi-protocol, which I've noticed that Vantech is I can't find them available anywhere. I can still find iRange X, so I'm wondering if TBS has started working with Vantech. I don't know, that's just a guess. Oh, Mike Bergman, they're available right now on TBS's website. They're at a discounted price this week. Then they're going to go up to, I think they're like $40 for the PCBs, and then they're going to go up to like 60 or 70. So if you want to get a V2, do it now. Otherwise, you're going to end up paying a lot more later. Yeah, Robert, I figured it was pretty far and few between updates lately for that stuff. All right, let's walk and talk here. Chew gum, talk, walk, all that. Got to get some progress done, right? So the thing that takes me the longest about just about any build is building up the stack. Not actually soldering it, but figuring out what hardware I'm going to put in there. Oh, by the way, this is my subscriber clock. It only works in 10 subscriber increments. So if you're not a subscriber, hey, let's see if we can bump this thing along today. And then Instagram. If you're not following me on Instagram, TweetFPV on Instagram, go ahead and give me a like. I'd appreciate it. My large order of TweetFPV branded radio grips has made it to the retailer that's going to start selling them. They're just working on some product photos, and hopefully by Monday next week not this coming Monday, but the one after that, they'll be up and running, provided these hurricanes don't affect them. Know what I mean? Let's see, 165. Yeah, so the big thing with R9 is it was far more of it affordable than Crossfire was, but they're really closing the gap on that. They're making it tough to recommend. Hey, thanks, Slice. It's gonna be big, I hope. It's gonna be huge. So the issue with the stacks that I always have is there's really no standard height and depth and all that stuff to these things. So trying to find the right hardware to space it out enough is kind of a pain in the butt. A lot of times I just put some really long screws in and then just cut them with a set of my Nipex pliers, which I'm looking around and I can't find. I'm sure my wife took them. Beards and Hammer RC, welcome. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Hope everybody got a chance to get out and fly. That video in the intro, that was for that was the International Game of Whoop. That was week 3, which was flips and rolls while going through a gate. And the gate specifically had to be elevated and enclosed on all 4 sides, and the ground didn't count as a gate. So that was my submission. Originally I wanted to hang that gate from my Mavic and fly through it, but that turned out to be a terrible idea. I'm really surprised I didn't just wad my didn't wad my Mavic up. It was just going all over the place. Definitely something that I'm going to revisit later. All right, bear with me for a second. I gotta look under my bench for some hardware. But the iGao stuff's been really fun. It's kind of pushing me to just get out and fly. This next one for week 4 is going to be tough because it's a building dive. And the building dive has to be 4 stories or higher. Oh, okay, you sent that on Instagram. Let's go check it out here. Instagram. Oh, I didn't take you guys with me. Hang on a second. Desktop catcher. Oh, my mouse just died. Awesome. Oh, there we go. All right, the Steez V2. Interesting. Let's see. So you got any other pictures of it? That is a interesting looking quad. Really heavy on the TPU. I like how the GoPro mounts integrate into it. I would assume that coming from him, it would be more of a race-oriented frame. This looks more... Well, I guess it would be race because it's not like it's doing like a dead cat style. Pretty interesting. That'd be definitely one to look keep your eyes on. Sorry guys, still running a single monitor setup here, so while my brain's trying to think about how to switch between windows and stuff, my brain keeps shutting off. Let's see, he said keep going down. Are there more pictures somewhere? So all I see is that one for some reason. I don't know. I'm not good at the old gram there. Right. Anywho, what were we talking about? Oh, the horridness that is 2020. Yeah, so two good sized hurricanes coming up, and with that, the next challenge is to do a building dive. It has to be over 4 stories. I honestly don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity to get out to complete that challenge. Yeah, if the weather turns to crap here real soon, I don't know if I'm going to. I'm not saying I'm giving up. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to get around it. I didn't get a chance to get out. They don't release the next challenge till Friday, so I have till next Friday to submit my video. Problem is I got to find a place to go dive. The screws were too short. But there's some good buildings around here. I gotta get a buddy or maybe get my wife to go spot for me. Typically I don't use a spotter just because I'm usually in places that I'm really familiar with. I mean, if the FAA is watching, I absolutely always use a spotter. But building dive, it's gonna be a new one. I really haven't done a building dive yet to speak of. All right. So as with most builds, I don't have. Ooh, water tower. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'll do a water tower. Yeah, I think they said it doesn't have to be a building. It's got to be. It can't be a tree. Is basically the only requirement of what it can't be. Still has to be. Man, I really don't want to use these screws. Ugh. Yeah, man, the time to go out and do building dives was like the initial onset of COVID, and all these major downtown areas, they were just absolute ghost towns. Sorry, still looking for more hardware. Underneath my bench is where I keep all my nuts and bolts and wire and everything else in between. And I've been doing this long enough that I have more hardware than I know what to do with. Trying to organize it all is a chore. I get to a point where I have a tin full of like just random hardware from the last couple weeks, and I'll start to sort through it and then just kind of give up and throw it away. And sometimes it's like, yeah, how many more M3x6 cap head screws do I need? I gotta have at least 100, 200 of them. And it's like, do I really need 6 or 7 more? The answer is clearly yes, but laziness gets the best of me. Let's see, I hope these are about the right length. LA downtown. There's got to be some really neat shit to. Sorry, watch my language here. There's got to be some really neat stuff to fly around down there. All right, let's see how we're looking here. Ooh, this might be it. This might be it. Oh, winner, winner. I think we got one right here. All right, sweet. A good place to get hardware if you're in the US is fastenersexpress.com. They have by far the best selection of specialized aluminum like M3, M2 type screws at pretty affordable prices. Shipping kind of sucks. They charge, I think, USPS flat rate prices, so I definitely feel like I overpay a little bit on shipping, but yeah. And don't use nylon standoffs anymore. All nylon does is let you down. I take that back. I'll use it on like micros, things that don't have a whole lot of mass to them. On a 5-inch quad, aluminum, steel, that's the minimum for stack screws. I've had too many stack screws get snapped in good crashes, and then the quad's flying all weird. You don't know why, and it's because everything's all off to the side there. All right, so that is going to look pretty tidy. Celis, we're going with XT60, right? Or are we doing... do they have M2 titanium? I think they do have titanium. I've got a whole slew of titanium screws, and I got a feeling that's where I got them from. Something about titanium, you may want to look. It's called galvanic corrosion. There's a whole chart where it's like copper's here and everything kind of like tapers out and other materials taper in, and how far apart they are on this table is how reactive they are. I think titanium and aluminum react pretty badly, so they will basically weld to themselves. I believe it's aluminum I'm thinking of, but titanium is one of those ones. Put thread locker on it. Lots of blue thread locker. It'll act as a barrier between the two materials so they don't basically become one. XT60. Yeah, it really kind of depends on what batteries you got. I'm not saying you're going to use XT60 6S, but I'm pretty sure that's what you're going to end up with. I do have some XT30 6S batteries here. For all I know, they're probably dead by now. I've been finding a lot of my LiPos are just randomly dying lately, just because I haven't been cycling through them as much as I used to. Just certain sizes, though. All right. How's the audio sounding today? I'm kind of curious. Not that I've changed anything except for I've got an air conditioner running out there because it is... Well, actually, it's been pretty nice today, but I still feel like I'm hot even though I'm not. Still acting like it is. 1300 6S Tattoo. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. Let's get some solder here. I've got a little solder dispensing type thing here, and the wire came out of the hole, so I just gotta refeed it through here. There we go. There we go. Cool, appreciate it. All right, so let's 850 in freedom units, because I prefer to keep a much lower dwell time on my work than I do have to worrying about overheating the pad personally, and this is the way I've always done it: hotter and faster rather than cooler and slower. That's what she said? I don't know if that applies. All right, XT60 time. Oh, cool, you got a new iron. Bro, that, the one you had, she was beat. I am running low on XT60s. That's okay, I still got plenty. My son does aircraft titanium exhaust, and he says anything on aluminum is a biatch to take apart because of corrosion. Yeah, so I work on helicopters that hover over salt water on the reg like every damn day, and I tell you what, it is terrible. It is terrible. Is that around 450 in Asia units? I believe so. All right, here we go. Okay, Google, what's 850 degrees to Celsius?
850 degrees Fahrenheit is 454.444 degrees Celsius.
All right, so if anybody out there has a Googler in their house, they now know that it's about 450 degrees in non-freedom units. First time soldering 3 months ago. I knew nothing and didn't even have flux. Flux is nice to have, but I'll be honest, I don't really use flux. There's certain situations when I do use flux, when I'm reworking a joint, or if I've had a trouble joint that's been bothering me for a little while, like I've been heating up a lot, you'll burn the flux off. And also on XT60s, because this material does tend to build up a little bit of corrosion and some surface oxidation, and that's all the flux does, is burns that stuff off of there. So I will use it on the XT60, but for the most part, everything else, I don't use it. It just makes a mess. And just heat it up till it flows like water. Yeah, that, by the way, that is hot. TS100 only goes up to 400 degrees Celsius. There are some other firmwares out there for the TS100 and the TS80 that I do believe allow you to go above that limit. Or it lets you go above whatever the stock limit is. I don't know if that would put you above 400 degrees. How do I not get buildup in my soldering iron? Okay, so every time you're done soldering and your iron's still hot, clean it off with the little copper scouring pad that hopefully you have one of those. If not, go ahead and pick one up. Amazon, they're pretty cheap. They sometimes come in like a little tin that you'd stick them in. And it basically that cleans the tip off. You don't want to ever use anything like super abrasive. The little copper scouring pads are about the most you want to do. Clean it up real good, and then hit it with some slaughter like that, and then turn it off. Don't clean the tip off. Leave the solder on there. What the solder does, it encapsulates the tip, so the oxygen and the air in the atmosphere can't get to the tip and it can't corrode it. If anything, it'll oxidize the outside of the solder, but as soon as you heat it up, you're gonna scrape that crap off and you have a brand new looking tip. This tip here is, it's gotta be 6 years old now. It looks like the day I brought it out of the box. It's soldered, God, it's gotta be at least 4 or 5 pounds of solder at this point. Not to mention burning holes in plastic, burning holes in my hand, burning holes in everything. What's in the Emacs box? Yeah, 2306, 1700 kV motors. So we got our XT60 wired up. I'll shrink it down. Hopefully you guys don't hear. Oh man, I gotta clean up my bench. This place is a mess. Hopefully this isn't too loud for you. Go. Good tip, yeah. And then like there's a bunch of different size tips out there. There's like this this tip here. It's a chisel tip. It's about 1/8 of an inch wide at the tip, and then there's this really fine pencil one. I bought this one thinking I would use this for really fine solder work. this thing's useless. I can't stand using it. The tip is so small that it doesn't transfer enough heat into most of the stuff I'm working on. This 1/8 inch chisel tip, it's good enough for pretty much anything and everything. Premium silver solder, huh? I've never tried that. I've just done the tin lead, not the 3060 stuff. So this is about the best solder I've ever used. It's the SRA rosin solder, 6337 blend. It stays liquid just a little bit longer than your normal 70-30, whatever it is. All right. Oh, I was thinking I was going to have to solder a capacitor to this, but someone has beat me to it, so that is awesome. So I had a little scary moment with the Cinesplorer. That thing's built up for 4S, but my 6S GMB packs and my 4S GMB packs look almost identical, and I plugged a 6S into it. I didn't arm it or anything, and it was actually on for a couple minutes before I realized it disconnected it. Oh, you can get get solder at lower temperatures. Okay, that's good to know. I might, maybe when this spool's done or getting close to it, I might buy a small amount of that and give it a shot. See how well that works. Not that I find any problems with this stuff, and I've never lifted a pad, but it's always nice to try new things. But anyways, yeah, I put 6S to it. Seems to be fine, but yeah, they look pretty close to the same, right? Yeah. They are pretty misleading. Well, I mean, obviously if I was paying attention, I would have noticed that this one was a whole lot herkier than this one, but they were both kind of sitting next to each other. Yeah. All right, so we got the board on there. You know what? Let's go ahead and smoke check this now. Make sure we're not wasting our time. I'm gonna get a quick once over real quick here with the jeweler's loop. Make sure there's no nastiness waiting to bite us. So far, so good on the back side. Not too shabby, just a bunch of cat hair. All right. Oh, that's right, I got one of these things. I should use this. Yeah, let's use this thing. There we go. Ready, and... Huh, no tones. Can anybody tell me why there's no tones? I've had pads get ripped off in a crash. Mars FPV Drones, good day. Welcome. Glad you could make it here. Thank you for coming. All right, so we got that. Let's get these motors out of the box here. Celis, you got it. No motor. Motors need to be hooked up to make tones because the motors get driven like speakers because they're basically the same thing. Yep. Need the motors. Man, I remember when getting a motor that was half this good was twice the price. These are damn well built motors for what you're paying for. Hey Silas, you okay if I toss the stuff in the trash, these empty boxes? Or do you want them all back? Yeah, Mark, you know, if you really like dive down into what the motor is constructed of, it's basically a speaker with a shaft sticking out of it. Cool. I'll dispose of these. I miss the days when the Emax motors came in the really cool boxes. Do they do that anymore? Use those little plastic boxes. D-Shop Beacon used to make the motors run hot. I don't know what they've changed about it. I don't know if it has to do with the amount of energy they used to make the pulse back in the day. Plus the motors were also built like crap back in the day. But no, it typically isn't an issue unless you've got motors that are just absolutely on the ragged edge of being destroyed. No, I definitely would not worry about it. I haven't built a quad in a very long time that had an actual physical beeper. Actually, I think the last one I built that had a beeper was probably a sub 3-inch. Anywhere to buy a bulk supply of M2, M3 hardware, standoffs, blah, 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 everything. It's a nightmare to find. Amazon. Amazon sells all sorts of little kits like this here, this little M2 standoff kit. This is all M2 stuff. I hate M2, but you know, you got to deal with it. They sell, this is all assortment of M3 screws. I mean, you might have to buy a couple different boxes, but that's been my go-to for like bulk hardware, just run-of-the-mill steel hardware. Amazon. Save the stickers. I've got so many stickers. Yeah, Joshua Bardwell does have a very good list of hardware. Don't buy the hex drivers that he's advertising there, because those things are absolute crap. They're terrible hex drivers. The tips are soft, and they will, if they don't break, they'll round out the heads of your screws. If you're looking for a really high quality Allen driver, this company Wera, I believe it's a German company. These are about as good as it gets. The handle's really well shaped, so you can get some serious torque on it. And the tip, it's not cut flat like a hex. It's almost like a flank drive. It's kind of got little divots to it. And these things they're heat treated, and they are really, really nice, and are not that expensive. They're definitely worth the couple extra bucks. Oh, let's see. We're going back, looking through the chat here. Yeah, Wera, W-E-R-A. Wera and Wehow make really, really good tools. Some of the best I've ever used for at work whenever we're replacing tools that are kind of... we've got a lot of Allen head screws in weird places on the helicopters I work on, and usually one of the guys gets a hold of them, rounds the heads off on them, and I got to go back and fix it. And it's typically because we're using really low quality, like the crappy little Allen key sets. So I've been stocking us up with higher end stuff, and they've been breaking less stuff. It's been nice. Yeah, if you look down it should be in the video description. I have some links to these exact screwdrivers down there. Yes, it's an affiliate link because that's just the way the world works. Oh, these are the wrong screws. I do like how Emax sends 2 different length screws, one for 3mm and one for 4mm arms. Just gotta be careful which ones you grab. Yeah, this is definitely one of those hobbies where having a stockpile of stuff is in your best interest. Nothing, and it takes a while before you build up that reserve of spare parts, so you're not down waiting on more parts, hardware, standoffs, stuff like that. Galling, I don't know. I think it's called galvanic corrosion. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've studied the FAA manual on corrosion. But I think gawing is what ends up happening. But I think the type of electrolysis between the two materials is what I just said. I can't remember what I just said. It's been a long day. Yeah, galvanic corrosion. All right, 4 motors. Here we go. Let's see. Nah, I won't do those. So let's go ahead and do some more slaughtering here. Get these soldered up to the ESC. A lot of guys like to build from the inside out. I don't. I consider that like wiping before you take a dump. Just don't make any sense. But that's just me. I prefer to build from the outside in. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a prepper, but I definitely prescribe to the 2 is 1 and 1 is none type mentality. So something I like to do is I like to put a small bit of tape over my motor wires in the center of the arm. Just pretty much 1 and maybe a half of a wrap, 1.5, maybe 2 wraps. This is Tessa tape. It's a pretty nice cloth tape. Like if you ever get under the dashboard of your car and all the wires are wrapped up in cloth tape, it's the stuff here. Do you feel this quad as a she or a he? You know what? I've never named a quad or have put that kind of identity to it. And I'm not speaking of a PC, that type of thing. I don't know. This one, oh man, I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one. I got to think about that while I'm working on this. I've never thought about it. Yes, there is flux in solder. It typically not all flux is rosin core, but most flux the most solder you'll find out there is rosin core solder. There's a lot of specialty solders out there that don't have flux in them. A lot of it is for like aerospace type applications where they very carefully want to control the amount of contaminants and chemicals going into a solder joint. Like real high-end electronics, mostly for like aerospace. Maybe there's something in the rosin core solder because flux is mildly corrosive. So when you put flux on things, you should clean it off with isopropyl alcohol. Problem is, isopropyl alcohol is also mildly corrosive because it does have a trace amount of water in it. So the idea is to get rid of as much impurities as possible. And then I think for artistic applications like doing like stained glass type soldering type stuff, there's no flux. I think it's an acid. I want to say it's acid core is what I think I saw. Acid core solder. Definitely don't use that for electronics. All right. Yeah, I definitely don't. So putting wires on the inside of the ESCs like this, it's definitely more prettier. More prettier? Prettier? Yeah, prettier. But it's technically not good. It tends to introduce a lot more noise into your flight controller, and the rest of your electronics. It does build up more heat. Let's see, Mike Bourbon. Someone else uses Tessa tape. I do painless dent repair, and we use it on our tool tips because it's nearly impossible to break through. Tessa tape is, yeah, Tessa tape is really good stuff. Never thought about it for that type of application. There's another tape that I have here. This is like another type of cloth tape, but it's more like a vinyl. It's kind of like what you would find on a lot of Emax RTFs. Pretty good stuff. The Tessa tape is definitely way more durable. But then again, the Tessa tape doesn't really hold up to a prop strike either. All right, so let's go ahead and tin these guys up. This 20x20 ESC has got to have the biggest solder pads I have ever seen on a 20x20. I've never used a Hobbywing ESC. Honestly, it's been a long time since I've popped one of my own ESCs. Other than, let's see, what company was it? That was Airbot. Airbot Typhoon ESCs were just utter garbage. I fried a couple of those, but I think that was mechanical failures. Like, they were just components that fell off the board. Not even crashing, just like landing. I've been using a lot of Acon ESCs lately. Been a big fan of those. They've been working out really well. But nobody really makes a bad ESC. Wait, never mind. Racer Star. They still make bad ESCs. They're way better than they used to be, though. All right, so here we go. There is our motor pads. See if we get a nice zoomed in look there. So honestly, you probably should put a little more solder in there, just a hair, but I didn't want to overdo it. I got to kind of account for what's going to end up in there after I put the wires on. Yep, noise and heat, that's the enemy of electronics. And then maintainers. People are the worst things for electronics. At least where I work, anyways. I feel like half the repairs I do at work are because some heavy-handed mech breaks things. Tweezers. Where are my tweezers at? Be right back. Oh, ouch. Let's see. Do you think you did this before? You think you did this before? Yeah, maybe. All right, here's a question for the group. Star Wars or Star Trek? No judging here. You can even say both if you feel like they're both good. Just kind of curious what everybody prefers. I mean, I'm not saying that all Racer Star ESCs or products are bad. Their new line of motors are really good. I've had a few ESCs that were kind of questionable. But then again, I've also had some that were really good. Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Wars. All right. So, is it one or the other? Can you only like one, or can you like both? Market zero. That's the right answer, dude. I think. No reason why in this world you got to pick one. Let's see. Both. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, for the people out here that enjoy, oh man, where I work, it is one or the other, and they do not cross paths. So for the Trekkies out there, or just fans, what series? What is your favorite series? And realize that there's only one right answer out there. Space Wars versus 6. Chris Fitz. Bro, you nailed it. Spaceballs, even better. Robot Chicken, Star Wars? So which Star Trek series? Which is the best? Well, that burned a hole in my shirt. Drone pilot, I knew I liked you. Picard was the superior officer. So my mother visited not too long ago, and she tried to get me to watch the new series. I think it's called Picard. And I think I watched 2 episodes. I really enjoyed it. I just haven't had time to pick back up into it. Breaking Bad, yeah, that was awesome. I didn't catch it as it came out, but I binged it. Dude, that was good stuff. I actually heard a really good interview with Bryan Cranston not too long. Actually, I heard it yesterday, and that has got to be the most down to earth guy in Hollywood. I mean, yeah, Robert, you're 100% correct there, my friend. I'm pretty sure you're right on that one. All right. Star Wars Robot Chicken or Star Wars Family Guy? Granted, they're basically the same thing. The Expanse. Oh my God. My wife, we were just poking through, I think it was Amazon Prime to look for a series to watch. If you guys out there have I'm pretty sure it's on Prime. If you have not seen Expanse, do yourself a favor, pop some popcorn and sit back and relax, because that is a incredible series. Yeah, any sci-fi series is pretty good. We always pour one out for Firefly. Man, I don't... All right, this is always my joke about the books. I typically tell, whenever I say, oh yeah, I saw this movie, saw this series, everyone's like, oh, you should read the book. The book's better. I'm like, no, man, I'm not going to read the book. I can get a book for free. If I got to go to the movies, yeah, movies, right? I'm not going to waste $14 to go see a movie and say, oh, the book was better. Why ruin the movie for me? I'm just kidding. I don't typically have enough time to read, but I definitely do my fair share of audiobooks. Yeah, Firefly was good. Like I watched it and I didn't really know. I watched it way after it was taken off the air, and I didn't know a whole lot about that. And I was just watching and I'm like, that's it? It's over? I'm so bummed. So bummed about that. Do you guys compensate your ESC amperage rating ever? Overcompensate? I'd say basically if you're buying an ESC out there right now, you're probably already overcompensating for it. ESCs, except for basically any ESC that's paired up with its normal sized frame build, is usually overcompensated for. Most people don't pop ESCs just through normal use. It's going to be physical damage or turtle moding out of like a tree or something like that. Is about the only time people kill ESCs anymore. They've just become so good. But if you buy a 45 amp ESC and you're running 6S, you're probably never going to run into a current limit. Okay. Swift Fox, welcome. Yeah, 45, 60. Yeah, if you're gonna run, so a buddy of mine ran some 2207, I think 2800 kV motors on 6S, just for grins, and he said he was pulling like, I think he said it was like 120 amps on a punch out. He only did that a few times, and it was just for kind of shits and grins. Dowel folding props, Mark Lee asks. So I used some dowel folding props, and I did not like them. I thought they were a very well hyped up item by a lot of major people. I just did not like them. I thought they were incredibly, I thought they were very not durable, indurable, undurable, lacked durability. Basically, they got screwed up really easy. And the whole premise of, oh, I'll just pop one blade off and replace it. No, every time I dorked up one blade, the other two were trashed. And they didn't get trashed on the leading edge. The backsides were getting screwed up on them. And I'm really not really sure how that happened. Yeah, and then they were, I mean, they weren't hard to assemble, but it was a minor annoyance. They do, however, pack down very light. Like you can take darn near 10 sets of props in you know, the size of a normal prop bag. They do break down very well. They're a pain in the butt to disassemble. They're a pain in the butt to reassemble. They're definitely not going to be good for racing. I can tell you that for sure. Absolutely not good for racing. They are good for getting out of trees. Concrete just destroys them, like in a heartbeat. I don't know. I honestly think it's a good concept, but it's, you know, it's an old idea. And I think, all right, here's my thoughts. I think the 5-inch scene is not doing well. I don't think the market share is doing well right now, especially with the way things are right now. But what is excelling is the micro scene. The indoor whoops and like the 3-inch and under are taking off. There's a ton of 3-inch out there. Like typically early or late fall, wintertime is when the whoops really kind of develop and come out. But you're seeing left and right new model whoops just coming out from all the manufacturers because everybody's locked indoors. Everybody's keeping themselves. Everybody's staying in their yards. I don't know. If you saw my Instagram post on the doll folding props, it was me walking up to the trash can and throwing them away. I just did not like them. Now I know there's people out there that really do like them, and that's cool. Quads pack down really well for travel. That's another bonus. That's another positive side. I haven't tried the floppy proppies. Is it HQ that makes those? I got a feeling it's gonna be kind of the same thing, but I don't know. I think there are some edge cases where there are going to be the ideal prop. I'm just not in any of those categories myself. It's the future because of regulations, because it's the necessity 5-inch energy device. Yeah, Chris, you're not wrong there. The Market Zero. I'm getting ready to get some new batteries for my Tiny Hawk 2. Have you ever tried the AU line? I have never heard of that. Let's head over to the Googler. AU line. LIPO. Let's. Oh, forgot to bring you guys with me. Desktop capture. Okay, AU line. Let's see. RDQs carry them. Okay, so that's a good sign. Let's see. 2S packs. You're probably looking at 1S, right? Let's see where we're at. Motors, ESC, but batteries 1S. I don't know. I mean, I don't see anything that says that. I don't see anything that would say that they're not good. Kind of curious. Let us know how they work out for you. I will say, however, I am certainly a believer of the BT 2.0 connector. Where's this guy at? Oh, here we go. So this has been my little project for the iGow. I'm trying to make a decent flying HD carrying whoop. So this has got the Happy Model 1S light board, the VTX built into it, Crossfire. It's got the Runcam Split 3 light. Basically, this is most of the guts out of a Mobula 6 HD, which do not buy it. It's terrible. It's not a good quad. Don't buy it. But this is the camera board out of it and the flight controller ESC. I had some 0803s on there and it flew okay, just had very little control. Stepped it up to 1102 18,000 kV motors. I have the control I'm looking for. I have the throttle resolution I'm looking for. It's a little on the heavy side. This is like 50 grams all up weight. But before I had the BT 2.0 connector, On the 0803s, the VTX was terrible. It flew awful, just awful. And I just changed it to the BT 2.0 and it flew way better. It didn't fly great just because of the build, but swapping that connector out to the BT 2.0 made a huge difference. So when you're on that ragged edge of throughput on the connector on the PH 2.0, the BT 2.0 will make a big difference. Drone Pilot swapped all mine over to BT 2.0 connectors. Yeah, man. But now there's another standard out there, and it's the GNB, basically God, what's it called? There's a new GNB. Let's see, GNB 1S. There's a new connector from GNB, basically. And they're basically trying to do the same thing, and it's supposed to be better than the BT 2.0. Trying to find it. Banggood? Maybe Banggood's got them. No, that's Micro Lozy. But anyway, so there's another connector out there. It just sucks that they're trying to. No, it's not just solid pins. It's an entirely different shaped connector. All right, I gotta find this thing. Let's see, what is it? Oh, here we go. Desktop capture. Okay, so the Eachine US65 is using the new GMB style connector. Let's see if they got a good picture of it here. And of course they're not going to. But anyways, it's like a BT 2.0 married with a PH 2.0, but the hierarchy would be like BT 2.0, this connector, and then XT30. So they're a little bit higher. They might be called like PH12 maybe. For some reason that's coming to ET 2.0. That's what it is. ET 2.0. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work out. Awesome. So anyways, that is a new connector standard. And if GMB is doing it, it's probably going to be the one that takes over, just because GMB is so dang big. Let's see, where are we at here? All right, well, I'm not gonna be able to find a good picture of it. Yeah, Beard Hammer, I'm talking about the GMB's new connector. Yeah, I've got one of the US 65s coming. Kind of excited for that one. I had the UR UAV model way back in the day, and it was like one of the first good brushless quads. Whoops, and that was a really good flying model. I almost bought the Maibo 6 HD. Dude, don't do it. I was super disappointed with it. I basically gave the motors to a guy, gave the frame to somebody else. The only thing I used out of it was the flight controller ESC all on one board and the camera and the canopy. The rest of it, tossed it. Flight times were about a minute and a half if you're lucky. The video quality was terrible. The thing vibrated and was super underpowered. Very disappointing. Wasn't very happy with it. Okay, so where are we at? We got those motors soldered up. Let's go ahead and shut that off here. All right. So we'll take a quick look at my work here. I got one that looks a little on the shitty side. Let's go ahead and touch that up a little bit. Can my KK flight controller drone lift my action camera? Gaming with Gamer. Need way more information than that. All right, that's better there. Cool. All right. Let's see. There's that. All right, let's go ahead and smoke check this thing. See where we're at. Are you talking about King Kong? King Kong flight controllers? Yeah, the flight controller is not like the piece of information I need. I need like all the other stuff, like what's attached to motors, frame size, props. Did King Kong make a flight controller? All right, so let's go ahead and see what we got. Ready? No smoke, no smoke, no smoke. Cool. All right, so we heard 3 tones, the doot, 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 doot. Why didn't we hear the other 2? Anybody tell me? All right, Mark Lee, have a good one. We'll see you around, buddy. Thanks for coming by. All right, so we got some motors. We got some no flight controller, correct? No D-shot synchronization signals. That is why. So for troubleshooting purposes, if you were to crash and in your HD video you heard doo doo doot, or you just heard doot doot after the crash, that would basically signify you lost connection between your flight controller and your ESCs. Okay, so here is a pitfall, a little trap, if you will. So one of these 2 pieces, I don't have the boxes or any of the stuff that kind of came pre-put together. These 2 connectors plug into each other, but I don't know if they're actually wired up correctly. I have killed a flight controller before by assuming that if this plug fits into A and the other plug fits into B, that everything will be good, and that certainly was not the case. All right, let's poke around on the old interwebs for a diagram. All right, so I'll show you what I'm working with here. Go away. Okay, so real simple way to do this, or this is just the way I do it, is I kind of just orient everything kind of the way the picture looks. And we just trace it all out, provided the diagram's drawn correctly. So this goes from the bottom up 4, 3, 2, 1, and this goes 4, 3, 2, 1. So I'll just trace these back and forth. Okay, so the motor pads seem to be fine. Telemetry and current, and then this side it's nothing. Current. Let's see, so we got blue wire here is telemetry, and it's going to RX4, so that's right. Next one is yellow, which is current, which is going over to the fourth one up. 1, 2, 3, 4. So current, that is also correct. Next one is ground. That's going to fifth one up. That is also correct. And VBAT to number 3. Okay, cool. So that looks to be correct. It's just, I mean, it may have come with that, but boy, it's a really crappy mistake if it's not wired up right. Okay, so let's go back to the chat. Sorry, I wasn't looking at it. I'm gonna go back up here. Going through the chat. Game with Gamer, 2200 milliamp battery. Ooh, that's a big battery. I paid a team member to put it together. Why do they use 5 white wires? Well, probably got a discount on it. I don't know. Probably because there's not enough color wires there to do a different one for every type of signal. So most manufacturers do leave all the motor wires as white, because if you screw those up, it's not the end of the world. But if you screw up ground and power and current, well, basically just ground and power, that can damage stuff. All right, let's keep going here. Okay, so let's see which way is forward on this thing. So there's some, the silk screening is actually really clear on this board, but I don't see your typical direction arrow. Now I know these flight controllers, they use a different accelerometer than most. They use like a Bosch accelerometer, which is kind of like designed for what we're doing. Pretty neat. See a lot about how to hook it up. Not a lot about how to orient it. Okay, I see. So they're showing it like so. Now, this is the one time I would run the wires over the board for crash protection. Is basically the only real reason I would do it, and this is kind of where we're at with this, because they don't have it oriented the way that kind of makes the most sense. Like having both plug headers on this side would make more sense, but then the USB would be pointing backwards, which wouldn't make any sense. So we'll just have to do what they show. So, I don't know, should be all right. So the next issue is going to be this guy here. I really wish this had about another 3-inch longer cable on it, because this frame works really well for putting a 2020 in the back and your camera up front, but unfortunately she ain't long enough. And the other crappy part about it is M2 hardware, M3 hardware. So when in Rome, and if you have a 3D printer, you make stuff that works. So these are some M3 to M2 adapters that I designed, printed. I kind of pre-gamed this a little bit, so I wasn't just like trying to figure out what to do live. Sorry. sorry, not sorry. All right. Oh, we all need better crash protection, no matter who we are. I do build with a more of a racing mindset than a freestyle mindset, and the racing mindset is a brutal on equipment because you're intentionally throwing your quad at stuff that's going to break it. Well, while trying to miss those things. .3D printers are the shit. I love having a 3D printer. And my wife really hated it at first, and then like little things around the house here and there, just finding ways to make it practical in her eyes really kind of changed her tone on it. Yeah, right, Donor Pilot, and they're never long enough. All right, let's see how this works out. I don't know. I haven't really tried these out yet. They ain't pretty, but they're going to get the job done. I would have made them a little bit smaller diameter, but they were cracking on me if they were any smaller. So, looks like we got plenty of retention in there, just like we want. I really don't want to crank down on the flight controller hardware too much. You want it to have a little bit of bounce back to it, and a little bit of compression. All right, so let's figure out how to mount this guy up. So I'm worried my stack height is now too high. Yep, yes it is. Dang it. Might have to reevaluate this one. I can't go there. I thought this was going to be a good idea. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. Does anybody know of any good way to adapt M3 to M2? Or perhaps we just need a longer camera cable. I would put the flight controller in the back, but that's not an ideal thing to do. L. Leston, this is the Getfpv Stark. Gummy, yes, going the other way. I'm trying to go from M3 down to M2. If you're going from M2 or M3, I'm not trying to adapt the, oh God, words. Okay, M3 screws are going through all this, and this is M2 board. That's what I meant. Yep, it's a ribbon. Yeah, I would tape it. I'm trying not to tape it again for that whole durability thing. And the way the plates work here on the front, that's not going to work unless I use some 3D printed camera mounts, which I do have and I could use. I think about this one. I'll figure out where I put them all. Ugh, I got junk everywhere. Here we go. I've got these little guys from going for putting M2 hardware through a M3 hole in a piece of carbon fiber for like a frame. It's just a little brass bobbin. These things work pretty good, but unfortunately, unless I run all M2 hardware. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about drilling these out to 3 mil, but I mean, they look like they got enough meat on them, but I'd hate to kill this camera doing that. It seemed like a terrible reason to do it. But, well, let's see how this works out. Sometimes you get desperate, you know? See how these go on here. William Barlow, we are working on a customer build. Well, not a customer, but a patron build. He sent me a bag of parts, and we're building it up live here. It is an analog build. It's using a hybrid style HD camera, the Runcam hybrid. So you've got a 4K camera here on top, and then a standard FPV camera on the bottom. This has been probably the best way to do that kind of setup lately. Cadex made one, the Tarsier, and that worked out pretty good. And this isn't gonna work. I don't like this. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to drill it out, but I think I may just replace all of this here with M2 and then just put a nut on it. So see how that works out. I hate working with M2 hardware. What does canopy look like by camera? Canopy by camera. Really no canopy, it's just it's side plates for the camera. Yeah, I know drilling it out is probably not an option. But I don't know, there's a few companies out there that probably be okay. Top plate? Top plate. Emax motors, they are the 2306, I think these were 1700 kV motors. Anyone else notice the disappearing barometer in Betaflight 4.2.2? I've updated to and lost the barometer. Oh, geez. I I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I've actually had a flight controller with a barometer on it. And I'm pretty sure the Cerakoted F7 Mini has a barometer. I think it does. Let's see, let's find some pictures of it. Yep, it does have a barometer on it. That's this component right here. That's your barometer. Why you would lose your barometer? I don't know why. Best thing I can tell you is to log it in GitHub with the Betaflight developers. Oh shit! I'm planning on tuning it for you too. No builds complete without a good tune. My M2 hardware game is weak, to say the least. No M2 hardware. Still looking through all my boxes of parts. That might work. Put my OSD, so I thought it was there. I was sure it was there, but maybe I got confused. Nick Hayes, take a look at your OSD when you're setting up your elements. Just turn your goggles on at the same time, or your monitor, or whatever you're using, and make sure, and this is probably not the issue, but it might be, if you have the Betaflight OSD set up as auto instead of NTSC or PAL, and it kind of defaults to like a PAL size window, and you're actually transmitting NTSC, you'll move your elements around and you'll actually move them off screen. I know it's a long shot, maybe that's what's going on. I just thought. Oh, let's see. What's up with the no thumbs up? Oh, geez. Well, we can get into some YouTube stats there if you want. I think last time I looked, 80% of my viewers are not subscribers. So there's that. 230 grams without props and no lipo. No, you said 325. Yeah, I bet this is going to be. It's not the world's lightest motors, and that's a pretty hefty camera. I'm going to say probably. All right, prices. Well, we're not doing prices right rules because someone's going to pick 1 gram. How about? I'm going to say 345. 345 grams. No lipo, no props. With PAL prop nuts. Okay, so you use NTSC even though you're in Australia, which is, that's fine. That's just the way it is. I don't know what to tell you. I would so try this. Try going back to an older firmware and see if you have your barometer. Just out of curiosity, and if you're running telemetry, see if you have your barometry telemetry sensor in your radio. If you do have that, then your barometer is working, but it may just be the OSD element is broken for some reason. Yeah, these aren't the world's lightest motors. That is something you get with paying more for higher end motors. They typically are lighter, except for probably the best dang budget motor out there is gonna be these are my personal choice for my racing motors. I mean, these are a budget motor, but man, they do not have. These are all high end features that are on these. These are the Brother Hobby UC. UC 2207 1750 kV motors. I think the thing that they cheap out on these is they use older squared magnets, but it's a titanium shaft, and these are like the lightest motors out there for the power output. If you check out Mini Quad Test Bench, the comparison of these motors, they said that there's only one other motor that's lighter with the same power output, and that's the Evan Turner 533 motors. So, and those are, I think, $25, $26 a piece. These things are usually about, if you can catch them on sale, about 12 bucks. So, pretty darn good motor. Let's see. Oh, we're using DJI and the DJI radio. Does DJI support the barometer? No, I think DJI doesn't support altitude from the barometer. I want to say someone brought this up a couple weeks ago, and I don't think DJI does it. Doesn't mean Betaflight's not going to use it, but I don't think they actually support that OSD element. Could be wrong. I don't do a lot of the GPS type wizardry. But speaking of that, I do have one of the Flywoo long range explorers on the way. Hopefully to be here this week. Really excited to mess around with that guy. Oh, it's not showing in the config. Really? Huh. That's weird. I don't think I've ever seen, even boards that don't have barometers, it still shows the barometer, you know, the little tick box for it. Brother Hobby Motors. Yeah, let me tighten this down real quick. Let's see if I can find those. Sorry, looking for it. Power drone. Where are they? I don't seem to see them anymore. There we go. All right, let's see. Oh, I got you with the barometer thing. Anyways, okay, where are we at? Still working on this thing. All right, I'll go back to the chat here. So, oh wow, I missed a bunch of stuff, didn't I? I haven't flown a 5-inch in a few months. I built the Transtech with the DJI little 6S HOM motors. It's great, but after yeah, the 50 megabit per second on the DJI stuff is pretty damn good. I can't believe they make something that looks that good look that much better. It's amazing. Drone pilot for 7-inch long range. I use the iFlight 2806 and a half 1300 kV motors. They're heavy and super durable. I think they're like 100 kilometers an hour, and at least they survive perfectly. Oh, that's good. It's not showing config. Man, I don't know. I would try an older version of Betaflight and see if it works. At least you might be able to like narrow it down to something in the new Betaflight code that's screwed up, and then hit up the GitHub. Those guys can take it from there. The rumors of DJI Freestyle Racing Quad is real. What would it look like? They sell plug and play arms for $50. No, I haven't seen the DJI did a racing quad a while back. I haven't seen any new updates on it. Not that I've been really looking. I've made a few lithium ion packs, and they're interesting. I don't know. It depends on the build if they're worthwhile. Yeah, they doubled our resolution. Well, they didn't double the resolution. They doubled the amount of available data, but they also kneecapped the system at basically 3 pilots at the most. But I mean, who really flies with more than 1 or 2 other people on DJI? So could we say the days of analog are counted? Not yet. Not until DJI gives everybody the ability to have consistent latency and the ability to output live video. Although there is a guy that I said earlier that has made the DJI goggles have HDMI out. He's doing his own custom firmware, but it's a possibility. It can happen. Oh yeah, and then whoops are the other thing. Things are just too small to have digital. I don't say analog's really going away, but it's definitely making a more compelling case for buying the DJI goggles, especially because they can do digital and analog, and they do a pretty good job at it. And analog's cheap. Well, cheaper, for sure. The other problem with DJI is if you go to a race, DJI and analog don't always play well together. A lot of people don't understand how the two systems can interfere with each other. So if you're at a race and anybody who's running analog has any video issues, they instantly blame the digital guys. Like, oh, you're screwing up my video. And it gets to the point where a lot of race organizers have to do digital only brackets and analog only brackets. And it just, I don't know, it just makes things suck. If they can make digital and analog play well together, ideally DJI makes a consistent latency at the sacrifice of video quality, that's fine. And then like a race mode where it maybe transmits once to talk to the quad to set your band and channel, and then that's it. It's done. It doesn't transmit ever again from the goggles until you basically power cycle it. That is how you can make the two systems kind of play together. But that's something they really need to work out if they want it to get into more mainstream with racing. Nick Hayes, there is another way. There was a guy on Bardwell Stream who has been hacking and developing his own firmware for the DJI goggles, and he has a working HDMI out on the goggles, not using the stupid smart controller. So I bet you what happens is this guy starts coming out with it. DJI will pick it up and say, all right, screw it, we're just going to release it to cut this guy off the knees and make it their product. I bet you that's what happens. Or they go the other way and they break it with firmware. But I got a feeling DJI is not going to do that because DJI does have their own proprietary HDMI out adapter for the goggles. It's like a development prototype testing type thing that they only have in-house. So it is possible. Yeah, but the stupid smart controllers, geez, how much is a smart controller? I know it's expensive. Sharkbite hopefully will be I bet you, I mean, if things don't change with DJI, Sharkbite will be the Racers HD and DJI will be the Freestyle HD. Unfortunately, that's kind of how it'll break down. Analog can be a lot cheaper depending on what you buy. Analog can also be more expensive depending on what you buy. If you're looking at buying Orcas, high-end cameras, high-end transmitters, high-end antennas, plus if you want to talk like the RC Link side of it, the DJI radio, as opposed to buying Crossfire and Crossfire receivers and then a box to run the Crossfire receiver transmitter, DJI can be significantly more affordable. And I'll be honest with you, using the DJI controller makes quad building and setting up very, very quick and easy. Looking through the comments. $700 for the smart controller? Ooh, cool. You had to have already had that for like running a Mavic or something. Like jeez, to buy that for a buddy system would be ridiculous. Even 500 is way too much, just for the ability to have HDMI output. But I have seen the smart controllers, and the screen on them is really nice. I hung out with the local police department and their UAS division, and they have a couple of Matrice 2.0s, and they've got the Crystal Sky, like they have these things decked out. And man, the DJI stuff is nice when you pay for it. Yeah, DJI doesn't build garbage. They build really, really nice stuff. Except for the Spark. No, the Spark was good for what it was. Okay, back to the build. All right, so we got M2 hardware in there now. Ugh, I don't like that. Do not like that at all. All right, we're just gonna have to look this up. How much is this thing? $5.99 for a refurbished one. $7.49 for a retail version. Granted, I'm not shopping around, but this is just... So if you want HDMI out right now for your DJI goggles, on top of buying the DJI system, you need that guy there, or a refurb one, or a used one. But this particular one, boy, that seems like that's got to be a scam. There's no way a Mavic 2 Zoom with smart controller is $379. Oh, okay, I digress. Robert Ortlep, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with us. Nick Hessen, this is the Getfpv Stark frame. It's a 5-inch. Basically, it's an acro-style bus-shaped frame. Yeah, Beard and Hammer analog will never be dead because it can always be done for far cheaper than the cheapest option for analog, digital, sorry. All right, what was I doing? All right. We'll throw my hardware boxes again for more stuff. Oh yeah, not just like the regular mode. It's got to be that wrong box. There we go. I like that better. Beard and Hammer, have you flown the DJI system yet? Just out of curiosity. And by no means am I trying to sell anybody on it. But if you did want to buy it, if you wouldn't mind clicking one of those links down in the video description, that would be freaking awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Beard and Hammer, don't do it. Because it's an experience. It is honestly that good. Now with the 50 megabit option that's out there as of the last firmware update, it's even better than the first time I saw it. Like the first time I saw it, it was just like, holy shit, mind blown. And now it's literally twice the data coming through it. Yeah, that's a good point. If you're gonna do like ultra high end, well, not ultra high end, but just high end analog, I would say go DJI. But then again, you know that you gotta have the, gotta have the scratch for it. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is not cheap. Just like most DJI products, they're not cheap. Okay. Yeah, it makes ghost branches basically just disappear in front of you. Let's, and you'll be getting some bling here. Yeah, I think what DJI will do 1.4 watts. DJI goggles have supported OSD for a while, but they don't support the entire Betaflight OSD library. It's only certain elements. They're adding more and more here and there, but it's not the whole shebang, unfortunately. Okay, I think that's I'm happy with that. That'll do fine right there. Okay. Great, now we found, now we've at least got that figured out, that little conundrum. Now we just have to wire it up. Yeah, they're basically just biding their time on the firmware. Let's see. What kind of power input does the RunCam Hybrid need? Drone pilot. Warning. Yeah, it needs warning elements for sure. That's the big one it really needs right now. What number quad is this for me? Oh, geez, I've lost count, to be honest with you, Nick Henson. And this one's not actually mine. I'm doing this one for a patron. He basically said, "Hey, I would you mind building me a quad if I sent you the pieces, or most of the pieces?" I donated a little bit to him here and there, and I said, "Heck yeah, you mind if I do it on live stream?" And he's like, "Heck yeah." Actually, it's Celis FPV. You should see him there in blue. This is gonna be all his stuff here. Looking for the power specs for this thing here. Manual. Here we go. English. Still looking. 5 to 20 volts. Okay. We can do that. Okie dokie. No problem there. So thanks. 5 to 27 volts. Let's see, and they say 5 to 20, right? Is that what it is? 5 to 20 volts. So we can't go VBAT with this guy. Yep, so we're gonna have to do a regulated 20 volt, 5 to 20 volts. Can't do VBAT. That's unfortunate. The FC is the Hobby Wing 20 by 20 and the Radix Lee 20 by 20. So a stupid question, but is there a way to get a drone to do programmed repeatable moves? I believe you can do it through iNav. I think iNav has options for that. I'm not very up on my iNav-ness. I would guess probably, I don't know, maybe Nick Hayes might know. He seems to be more up on that. You know. Yeah, I gotta look at the Radix to see what kind of output this thing will do. Now, so the manual for the Radix flight controller, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it like neat and clean, but just give me a page with specs and all the wires and the pads and what they do, not like the step-by-step crap. Or give me both, that's fine too. But it does have a 5-volt output, but it's 500 milliamps, so you can't power a split off of it because I believe the split needs more. Split needs, where are we at? Input. Why can't I find this power input? 50 volts, 480 milliamps. So that's like right on the ragged edge of what this BEC can do, or the internal BEC, but then it's also got to do other things. So we definitely can't use the internal BEC on it. So that's not a big deal. I'll just look through all my stuff up here. See what kind of goodies we can find. 5 to 12 volt BEC. How's that sound? Alright, so that's not going to work. That's only up to 21 volts input. This is a 9 volt BEC, 30 volt input. So I do believe that'll work. Hey Ciati, what's up, brother? Welcome. How you doing, man? How do I have the bench cam mounted? Very precariously. Here you go. Let me go ahead and scroll this guy around for you. So that is the bench cam. That's just a Logitech Brio attached to a dirt cheap Amazon single monitor arm. Right there. Come on, turn, you bastard. Right there. Clamped to the top of my my little bench here. And the Brio's just got like a 1/4x20 thread on it. So just hogged out one of the bolts and threw that in there. And then this camera is a 50 something 100 Sony on one of the nice Manfrotto 244 arms, which I bought cheap camera mounting arms before, and then I bought this guy and can't go back. Yeah, unfortunately, like my good computer is over there, but my bench is in here, so I don't know, it's kind of a toss-up whether I like doing. Obviously, I got to do builds and stuff in here. I would like to do it over there where I have, more of a comfortable setup, but it is what it is. All right, so since this split cam can't do 6 volts, or 6S, I'm going to wire in basically a voltage regulator in line with the main discharge leads so that we can power this camera board. I'm slightly envious of Steel's builds because they're all identical every time. It's like there's all the wire lengths pretty much done up ahead of time, so there's really no guesswork. Let's see, I take it that flight controller isn't DJI compatible. Not directly. You would have to put in a BEC to make it work. Or run it on 4S only. That's the other option. What just fell? Nah, I'll figure it out later. Well, anywho, hey, Ciati, you working on your week 4 video for iGal? I'm sure you have enough building dive footage in the tank that you could probably just pull something out. Fortunately, I've really never done a building dive, and we're about to get clobbered by 2 pretty good storms, so I don't know if I'm going to get out and get a chance to do it. Where do you order those BECs from? Amazon? Or, yeah, Amazon. But you gotta be careful because there's a lot of them that look pretty much exactly the same, but they're all completely different in the way they perform. The voltage input and the voltage output and all that stuff. So you gotta kind of watch what you're doing. Ducted 2.5, DJI Quad 4S, Acon F7 Mini, 90% throttle curve, 4S. 3S runs great, 2 depending on the prop pitch for me right now. That's perfect. Cool. Yeah, they gave me a letter for week 2. My Immelman was pretty weak sauce, and I kind of ran out of time, and well, mostly I just ran out of time to kind of put in a good effort. So I'm just like, well, we'll see how this goes. Didn't, unfortunately, but you know, whatever. It is what it is. It's all fun. Yeah, I was kind of wondering how well a whoop is going to do on a building dive, because yaw washouts and all the other fun shit that comes with being as aerodynamic as a brick. Yeah, the iFlight ones aren't bad. The Maytech ones are definitely better, but it all depends on the application. If you're using this to power like this board here, this will be just fine. But trying to power like for my DJI Goggle mod, trying to power that with a cheap Beck, you're likely going to get noise in the video. But then you can always throw a cap on it if you wanted to go that route. I mean, you know, there's lots of different ways to skin these cats. Not that I condone cat skinning. Come on. All right. Looking through the chat. Yeah, you got some nice buildings where you're at. Where I'm at, it's pretty flat. There's a couple of good buildings downtown, but I'd have to get my wife or someone to go with me to watch my back. Yeah, Brandon Moon, try the Maytech ones. They're definitely better than the iFlight. Tiny Hawk 2 is a whoop. Yep, it's basically 85 millimeters and under and ducted. So the Tiny Hawk 2 would be just fine. Actually, the Tiny Hawk 1 is definitely not a whoop. A whoop is actually classified as 65 millimeters. If you look at the multi-GP specs, a whoop is 65 millimeters or under. Above 65 up to, I think, 2.5 inches is a micro. So they are technically in different classes. But then again, that's for, you know, racing. If you got to do a class, you got to have specs. So that's just how they classify them. Rules, lots of rules, stupid rules. So I took a lot of shit for comparing the Mobula 6 to the Tiny Hawk 2 in a review video. And everybody's like, oh, you can't compare the two, blah, blah, fucking blah. Yeah, well, you know what? They're marketed against each other. They're going to get compared against each other. If anything, the Tiny Hawk 2 has a unfair advantage because the whoop spec gate size is smaller than the micro gate size, which the Tiny Hawk 2 would be if it were a actual, like we're going to do it by spec race, would be flying through bigger gates than the Tiny Whoops would. So I don't know, there's a little give and take there. Take a quick look. Good enough for the girls we go with. And this one also has a pad you bridge on it to make it do 9 volts as opposed to 5. So go ahead and bridge that guy. Hopefully it bridges a lot easier than whatever it was I was bridging on the last video, because that was kind of a pain in the ass. Easy peasy. No problem there. Cool. Beard and Hammer. I built a lot of gates. I got a video way back. I built gates out of agility rings for dogs, for like dog training, and some EL wire and some 3D printed parts. But the newbie drone gates, like the 4-pack, are so, I mean, for what they are and how much they cost, it's hard to justify building your own. Plus they fold up and they're nice and small. They come with Velcro and all that good stuff. The newbie drone gates, I got a couple sets of those, and they are pretty nice, pretty darn nice. So one of the weird things trying to race the Mobula 6 and the Tiny Hawk 2 back to back is in the goggles, the Mobula 6 feels like light years faster. And this is in angle mode, same track with a timer. But the timer every time shows the Tiny Hawk is faster. And I believe it's because of the fisheye in the lens is why it feels so much faster. Man, let's see. How do the brackets break down? What are we talking about? Case. Alright, let's keep going with this. Alright, so we got our Beck. That should power our camera. Nice, clean, regulated 9-volt power. So I would guess theoretically it should not generate as much heat. I really don't know though. Yeah, a 5-pack of pre-made gates that just kind of pop out when you need them. It's hard to justify building something. Yeah, they're just boom, done. Gate. And they're all Velcro on each side. They're done, they just fold right up like that. Yeah, in angle mode, like if you've never flown the Project Mockingbird stuff, their firmware or their tune, oh boy, that makes a big difference. It's some pretty big gains. But lately, I've been trying to race in acro mode with my my Tiny Hawks or my indoor racers, basically. Just trying to get away from angle mode. I have found some limitations with it. Just you can't really like crank on it. Like there are some times in a race where I just want a shitload of forward speed, but since we're angle mode, we're kind of limited. You can really nose it over, but at a certain point you'll hit that angle limit and it'll stop you. There's our video wire for that. So we got our video wire, we got our Beck, we got our power, we've got to figure out how to mount this camera board thing. I think she fits better this way. There we go. Camera's gonna go there, board is there, Beck will, I don't know, maybe I'll just zip tie it to the top of your capacitor or something. I don't know. We'll figure that out here in a little bit. So we got that stuff. Silverware, yes. My first quad I have that has silverware. I just got recently, and very impressed. I don't know if it flies really good or if it's just knowing that there's not a whole lot I can do about it. I don't know. I really like silverware. I'm pretty darn impressed with it on 1S. Oh wow, this has gone by quick. Let's see, going back up the chat. Nick Hayes, I haven't tried the. I flashed Emu Flight to a couple boards, and just to see what it was like, I went out, flew like a lap, came back, and flashed Betaflight back to it. And not because it was bad, it just wasn't what I was looking for. I do need to kind of go back and revisit Emu Flight when I have some more time. Time seems to be always the issue. Celis, what radio do you have? Do you have an Access radio or do you have one of the older ACCST radios? Just kind of curious. The Mobula 6 race with the 25,000 kV motors is the way to go. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. But quality control is certainly very low on it. The first Mobula 6 I was sent, plugged it in, it was fine. Second arm of the motors, poof, smoke show. Made my basement stink. Hey, can you guys hear me now? I really hope you can. Should be back. My wireless lav mic died. And it looks like the receiver end's gonna die. Give me a minute here. I'll find some power type cables here. I forgot to charge my mic battery before I started this, like an idiot. Okay, cool. No longer a wireless deal, but hey, I still got it. Cool, thanks. Thanks for the heads up there. I don't know how long I was talking without it. Oh, thanks, Ellis. Cool. All right, where are we at? Need a receiver. Need a receiver of some sort. What is this one? Oh. I've got more receivers floating around my bench here that I know what to do with, except for I just can't find the one I'm looking for. I took off all my old R9 receivers that weren't OTA and moved to all OTA. See you, Ciati. We'll try to catch you tomorrow. Not Monday. I don't know. I might get called into work because of all the hurricane crap coming on. We got to start prepping aircraft and all that, but we'll see. All right. So I got a R9. I don't know what firmware is on it. Where'd you get that Vice print? Your software? Can I get the G code? Thingiverse, Griffin. Look up. Screw it. I'll just put it on there. I get asked where the stupid Vice comes from so often. It's a really fun print, but the pins. So there's a bunch of cross pins that hold it all together. Here, you have to undersize them just a hair, make them a little thinner. So shrink the X and the Y. No. Shrink the Z, but not the X and the Y. And then the threads on the shaft, depending on how good your printer is, you'll probably have to run a tap and a die across them to clean them up to make them buttery smooth like that. Best long range, best long range VTX for a tiny whoop. No. It's a tiny whoop. Just put on whatever VTX matches your receiver range. So 25 milliwatts is. So the problem with most tiny whoops is they're 1S. So you're going to need a flight controller that has a good 5-volt back on it. If you have, I don't know, a really high powered VTX is going to draw so much current that it's going to get hot. And it's going to kill your range, or not your range, but your endurance. I would say a good VTX to match up with any whoop is probably the Eachine Nano VTX. It is pretty good. It's a very affordable VTX. It's kind of one of those little hidden gems from Eachine. It's very well built and it works very good and it's very affordable. Let me look one up right here. Stand by. Searching. boom. That is a good VTX. And then companies like Tiny Sleds, they make little mounting boards for that. Nick Henson, $5 super chat. Good luck on the build. I'm getting back into FPV. Like seeing new builds before they get dirty. Yeah, they only look good for a little while. Nick Hayes, about a 1.8 meter twin wing. Put iNav on it. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, Nick Henson, tiny whoop and long range. So this is something I never understood is, well, now I do kind of understand owning a Tango 2 is like people were like, oh, I want to put crossfire on my Tiny Hawk. And then I want to put a higher output VTX on it. Every gram you add to that Tiny Hawk is like, it's like putting bags of cement in the back of your car. You're just like 1 gram makes a huge difference in the way they fly and the way they handle and all of that. So leaving it as light as possible is what you should be doing. You can go pretty far on 40 to 50% throttle as long as you have enough thrust to actually go somewhere. All right, back to this guy. Receiver. Gotta wire up this receiver here. Oh, let's see. I keep forgetting to take you guys with me. All right, so we're looking here at the receiver pads, or the quick reference. Oh, cool. This is a nice little quick reference here. So UART 6 has an inverter for smart port telemetry. That is good. And the receiver pads here. So we can do one of two things here. We can do this with F port, where it's got telemetry and RC signal over one wire, or S bus and S port. I already pretty much have it wired up for that. So I think we'll just go S bus and smart port telemetry rather than doing F port. Unless, do you normally run F port or do you do S bus, S port? Kind of curious. All right, I'll go back to that reference. Yeah, so Mercado, the problem with power output is going from 25 milliwatts to 50 milliwatts isn't double the range. You'd have to go from, was it, like double the range would be 25 milliwatts to, is it 200 milliwatts? I think it's four times, right? I don't know. It has to do with dB, not milliwatts. And then there's just so many other factors that are going to affect your video range, especially on 5.8. Just depending on how congested the RF signals are in the area you're trying to fly is going to make a huge difference. So while yes, a higher output VTX will definitely possibly get you better range, it's almost impossible to say how much better the range is going to be, if any. So S-Bus is fine. S-Bus it shall be then. Yeah, you can always do that later and change it over to F port. The new access firmwares are kind of strange because they don't. So when you flash an older ACCST receiver, you have to either decide if you want to flash a F port firmware or a smart port an S-Bus firmware. Whereas access, you just flash the firmware. And then when you register to your receiver, you can tell it, I want F port or I want S-Bus. So it's kind of neat. Jeremy, who said I did a giveaway? Nick Henson, see you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Nick Hayes, that is the truth. The higher up you go, the noise floor definitely gets a bit quieter. Jeremy, you're right. I always do a giveaway. I honestly don't have anything to give away this week. I'll definitely be doing something next week. Just didn't think about it today for some reason. Although I'm buried in shit here. I got plenty of stuff. I'll do one next week. Sorry about that. I hope you're here for more than just free stuff. But if you're here for just free stuff, that's cool too. I don't blame you. We got ground, we got power. There we go. Flywheel Explorer, I have one on the way. I was hoping it would be, I think it'll be here by Friday next week. Really kind of excited for that thing. And I got the one with DJI, the air unit built into it, or it's probably the Vista. I didn't really pay attention to what's in it. Angel, you need Tango 2 grips. Tell you what, I know where you can get those. You head out to Etsy, or I don't know, maybe we'll do that. You want to try giving away a set of grips today? Think about it, want them? We want to do grips? We'll do grips. I'll do grips. Let's do some grips. We've got, what, 28 people watching right now? All right. Tell you what. I'll give away a set of grips. Instead of doing the super chat thing, how about just put in the comments here, Beard and Hammer grips. Grips? We'll do some radio grips. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me... let's see, Etsy shops. Come on, stupid computer. Let's go. Copy. And paste. All right, so there's my Etsy shop where I produce basically radio grips. So what we can do this time, just because, why not? I'm feeling generous and I love building quads. So in the chat, just put I don't know, put down sign me up or something like that, and I'll put you on a wheel and we'll just spin for a free set of grips. No super chat, none of that stuff. We'll just do it straight up. Or if you want to do a super chat, that I'd greatly appreciate it. A couple bucks is always kind of nice. Gummy FPV, so I'm having a problem with my Mobula 6. First pack or two I fly for about 10 seconds and it'll fail safe. It'll fail safe about 3 or 4 times a pack. Okay, nope, sign me up's not gonna work. It's flagging everybody. Just type grips. Type grips. Everybody's showing up as flagged. Oh, YouTube, you jerk. Sorry, then it fail safes. It'll fail safe 3 or 4 times a pack. Then the third pack, it won't fail safe anymore. Gummy FPV, are you running in D8 or D16 on that? Kind of curious. Oh boy, there's a lot more people that want this than I thought there'd be. Well, I really did it now. I guess I'll have to turn my soldering iron off for this one. Wheel decide. All right, desktop capture. Let's go over to the comments. What frame? This is the Getfpv Stark 5. Whoosh. Okay, I gotta catch up. All right, Angel FPV, sign me up. Oh boy, this was a dumb idea. Oh, you guys are gonna kill me. Beard and hammer, I gotcha. Cool. I knew what you meant. Jeremy, I gotcha. Oh, okay. So here's a buyer tip. This is a Microsoft Surface mouse. Don't buy this. This thing's a total pile of shit. It is the worst mouse I've ever used in my life. Gummy FPV. What are we signing up for? We're signing up for a set of my custom cut radio grips. John D's. Got you there. Angel, I already got you, didn't I? Yeah. Nick Hayes, gotcha. Beard and Hammer, gotcha. Griffin FPV, I don't gotcha. Gummy, gotcha. It's Darts. Gotcha. John Rosner. Oh, hope you guys enjoyed just watching me struggle to input people onto the list. John D's. Did I get you? I got you right there. Chomper FPV. Love the grips I own. Won the last giveaway. The blue gridded ones. Nice touch. Thank you. I'm glad you like those. Oh, crap. YouTube did the thing. Okay, there we go. John D's. Gotcha. Chomper. Gotcha. Gummy. Gotcha. Beard and Hammer. Have a beer on me. Hey, just for that, I'm putting you in again. Thank you. Market 0. Grips, you got them. Here we go. Market 0. With no super chat, everyone's in. Yeah, I know it is. This is what we're doing. Gummy FPV D8 mode, and you're having that issue. When you hook up the Betaflight, see if you have a really high CPU usage. I mean, does it say fail safe? Does it like just drop a wing and hit the ground, or does it just kind of roll? And when it does that, does the timer stop? Does it stop listening to your stick input? Like when you get close to it, do you have to power cycle? Kind of curious about that. Let's see. Teach me FrSky OpenTX crap. Yeah, FrSky OpenTX crap. There's a lot there. All right, market 0. Yeah, I'll put you in again. Why not? No rules. Let's just do it. Market 0 grips. I mentioned I changed out the antenna, cut 33 millimeters like it says to. It didn't fail safe at first, but it started doing it lately. Maybe your antennas are damaged again, possibly. OpenTX University. Yep, that's a good one. John D's. Bro, I gotcha. Ken. I got you there. All right. Let's give it till about 12:40. It's 12:34 right now, so 12:40. Someone remind me, and I'll spin this thing. Oh, okay. RX loss, and it'll just drop. I would look at possibly your receiver antenna being damaged. What radio are you using? Just out of curiosity, too. I know sometimes I had an old Trans X9D Plus SE, and it had the removable antenna, and eventually that connection got really crappy. But the antennas on those SPI boards, it's not always necessary 33 millimeters because you don't know what the inductance and the capacitance of the board is. So whatever the antenna length provided, they cut it to the right length for that board is the length that you need to match, not just what the quarter wavelength of 2.4 gigahertz is. Panel 360 has a really good tutorial, especially if you're dealing with like wings and mixing controls. John Rossner, did I get you in there? Did I get you? Yeah, I got you in there. All right. X9 Lite with JST module. Okay. Well, the fact that it's working means you got something set up. It starts. You get another entry. Man, do you have any other quads that have this issue, or is this the only one, like a sample size of one? Because it may be the transmitter that's having issues. That external XJT module might have like a faulty connection in it. I know there's a guy on one of my YouTube video comments. He was saying that he's got a XJT Lite that he's running on D8, and when he was running D16 on his SPI board, he was actually getting better range, which is that's insane. That should not be the case. All right, so I guess while we're waiting, I can keep. Oh boy, what am I doing here? Computer stuff. Okay, I can get back to more of the buildings of things. S-Bus and S-Port. Okay. All right, so back to the build. The next pad over to the left of the power pad is going to be receiver ppm. So UART3 has a S-bus inverter. Okay, so we're just going to use RX3. I know you can't see that because I switched the camera around, idiot. Okay, yeah, so we're going to use RX3 for our S-bus wire. Little thing about FR Sky that might help some newcomers out or people who are kind of confused as protocol goes. FR Sky radios have two different things going on them. You have OpenTX, which would be basically like your operating system. That's your Windows versus Mac versus iOS versus Android. That's your operating system. That's what takes all the user input and turns it into some sort of output for the rest of the hardware. Inside of that box that is your radio that has OpenTX running it, there's also your internal RF module. Older FR Sky radios that say ACCST 2.4, they use a iXJT module. That's internal XJT. That has its own firmware on it that controls how it takes those signals from OpenTX to the XJT module, and then that firmware in the XJT module changes how it talks to your receiver. Your receiver has firmware in it that makes it so it can talk to the XJT module. So this has to have the same firmware talking as the receiver has to have the same firmware receiving. Otherwise, they can't talk to each other. They don't understand. The newer radios, the Access radios, like the X Lite or the X9 Lite, the newer X9D 2019, the QX7 2019, still have the same OpenTX firmware. That is exactly the same. Nothing's changed in it. Of course, you got to flash the right target. But the internal module has changed. It's no longer iXJT, it's an ISRM, Internal Serial Receiver Module. I think that's what the acronym is. Same deal, it needs firmware that speaks the same language as your receiver. But the ISRM can speak Access and it can speak the old ACCST D16. It can no longer do D8. The reason they did that, from a few sources I've talked to, is for international compatibility. D8 is basically legal in the US and like nowhere else. For a decade now, people have taken their ACCST Tyrannuses and flashed US firmware to it to speak in FCC language. That's just the way it talks, as opposed to LBT, which is the way the EU uses communication standards. And FR Sky has to stop doing that. So that's why D8 has got to die. Just the way it is. Okay, let's see. Going through the chats. Yeah, maybe something got damaged. Because the transmitters, the receivers do transmit very, very little, very, very low wattage. If the antenna is damaged, there is a very faint possibility that the RF energy that's supposed to go out back to your receiver through the telemetry gets reflected back into the receiver and could damage it. It's very, very unlikely. More likely, the antenna is either not connected properly or it's the wrong length antenna. And then, yeah, like Sella says, so there's also external modules like R9 and Crossfire, and like there's external XJT modules. So that's a entire different ball of wax. Those can run ACCST or Access, depending on which one you have. Gummy FPV asks, which micro 65mm would I recommend? A non-HD 65mm micro, the Mobula 6 with the 25,000 kV motors. That's the one I would recommend. Then go out and buy the Meteor 6 frame for it, because you're going to break the Mobula 6 one. The Meteor 6 frame's better. Who makes the most durable crash resistant 6S motors for for 5-inch iFlight. The iFlight Unibel motors are probably some of the more durable ones out there that I've used. I've personally haven't used the bot grinder motors, but those things are supposed to be pretty darn beefy. They have small bearings and big feet on them so that you can't break them off. Probably the most fragile motors in the industry are the steel silk motors. If you look at those things wrong, they bend. But ooh, boy, they fly good. I'll tell you what. All right, it is time to spin this wheel. Just making sure you guys can see what's going on here. All right. Okay, wheel to side. This is for grips. Advanced options. I like pastel. Go back. Random number generator, 1 to, let's do 100. 18, there's our number. Spin time, 18. Apply wheels to the words. Apply the changes to the wheel. All right, folks, I hope you're ready. And here we go. This is for one free set of grips off of my Etsy store. It starts. It starts. Congratulations. Hit me up. Email me tweetfpv@gmail.com or Instagram or Facebook or wherever. But Gmail is going to be the best way to get a hold of me. Yeah, the 19,000 kV motors will give you marginally better flight times, but the 25,000 kV motors fly better. Especially if you flash the 48 kilohertz ESC firmware to it. I've had both. I definitely prefer the 25,000 kV motors. They make a big difference. Honestly, they do. John Rosner, bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I have a Carrera Talon V2 frame, and I'm trying to decide what to put in. I'm probably going to put some Velux motors in. They are pretty darn herky, and they're heavy. I use those to build up this guy here. This is the Pyro Cube frame. These are the Velux 2207.5 1750 motors. They're heavy, unfortunately, and that's what's killing this build. Is the motors were way too heavy. These are going to go on that Carrera frame. Probably this entire FPV stack. I don't like flying 30 by 30. This is all the stack was all FPV crate stuff. So that's going to go in that frame, and then it's going to get the living dog snot beat out of it. Yeah, the Velux are pretty durable. They're very, very smooth, but they're pretty darn heavy. And unfortunately, that makes up a lot of weight for that frame. The Brother Hobby UC 2207s are kind of like my go-to. Light race motors. All right. So we got S-Bus right here. That was hot. Yep, there we go. S-Bus. Yeah, it's amazing how that 48 kilohertz firmware makes a difference. You may or may not notice a slight reduction in like flight performance. It's a little bit softer of a control, and it's just kind of a side effect. So going back to our wire diagram here, we're going to wire up smart port telemetry. So for FR Sky, you have S-Bus and smart port. S-Bus is your RC control, so that always goes to a UARX because it's a signal going into the flight controller from the receiver. And then there's smart port telemetry, which is going out of the flight controller to your radio so you can talk back and forth. That's always on a TX pad. There's also F port now, which is taking the two signals and marrying them into one wire. Again, that's got to go on a inverted TX UART. So if you're using an F4, you have to make sure your the TX pad has an inverter built into it. Or if you're using like the R9MM, that has a inverter built into it. A lot of other receivers have inverters built into them or an inverted signal. So you just got to be careful of that. F3 and F7 doesn't matter. You can switch inversion built into the flight controller processor. So that's the limitation of F4s, basically. So back to this, we're going to need TX6. Yeah, less power, more efficient on 48 kilohertz. So honestly, with motors that small, you don't see too much of a difference. But that's why we don't do 48 kilohertz for, well, I'm not saying we don't, but most of the time you don't on larger builds. Well, at least I don't anyways. Because you won't see any efficiency gains really. You'll see control gains or losses. How much do your builds cost? What do you mean, like how much does it cost in components, or how much do I charge to build? Gummy. Yeah, the Zing E are pretty good. The shafts are a little on the weaker side compared to the older or the other Unibell design, but the Unibell design are pretty expensive. I think those are bordering on $20 to $25 a motor. I think it's been a while since I looked. Jeremy just got a HD1 USA pre-built and tuned from Rotor Riot. After a few runs on a recommended 6S battery, I did a flip, and after that, it started to wobble. Sounds like something came loose. Did you crash on that flip and ding up a prop or something? Kind of curious. I have a feeling I'm going to have to flash firmware to this receiver to make it work. But, that's another downside to the older FR Sky technology is you have no idea what version firmware is on any of your equipment. With the new Access stuff, you can read receiver versions. Some of the receiver versions, depends on if it's a newer receiver, and you can read your transmitter firmware. Oh, let's see. Well, it's been great. I gotta good morning. All right, Beard and Hammer RC. Thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it. Angel FPV, what's my schedule for live videos? I'm trying to do one a week. It's either going to be on a Friday or a Saturday. Right now, I'm working 2 on, 2 off. So there will be at some point where I don't do one because I'll be working Friday, Saturday. Between Bardwell and Ciotti live streaming on Sunday, I won't do one then. Bot Grinder, I know, does Friday, and so does Stu, but I'm small enough that that's not going to make too much of a difference. But yeah, I'm trying Fridays or Saturdays, depending on how my work schedule works out. And usually about 9:30 Central Time is when I'm doing it. Yeah, so yeah. I hadn't crashed once with it. Dude, you paid a premium for a pre-built from a company like Rotor Riot. I'd take that thing right back to them and be like, bruh, what is this? Fix it. Because that's what you're paying for. You're paying for the fact that they tuned it and set it up. And I mean, let's face it, you're paying extra because somebody else is doing the work for you. Ask them. But for starters, I would go through and I would look at frame hardware, make sure everything's tight. Make sure your flight controller stack is tight. Make sure there's no like wires hitting the flight controller, like where the gyro is. So right here, there's a little bitty gyro. If I leave this wire over top of the gyro, like, well, that's a bad example, like this, and while I'm flying, it's gonna tap that gyro, and it's gonna give it really weird input data, and it's gonna do strange things. So that's where I would look. That's where I would start. Spin the motors by hand, make sure they're nice and smooth. Make sure your props are nice and straight. Other than that, it could just be the gyro died. It happens. These are commodity electronics that are being asked to do something they weren't designed to do. I've had gyros go bad and they do weird little twitchy things, especially on higher, like if you run a 4S and it flies fine and 6S is bad, it may be that there's excess noise and the gyro's having issues with it. I've seen that before, but there's so many things it could be. Let's see. Read the chat here. Gummy, what was the problem? You're saying, would the problem be because I flashed JESC 48 kilohertz but couldn't flash my F4 board? What were we talking about? Would changing your PIDs help balance the flash to 48 kilohertz? I mean, it could, but you're looking for the nth degree of performance in a plastic frame machine. I don't know. Oh, geez, I didn't see the second half of that, man. Jeremy, sorry. So I did what any normal person would be. I flipped it again and didn't get the second startup tone from the flight controller. Yeah, I'd say your flight controller's probably dead. Yeah, well, send it right back to him, man. Yeah, if you get the doot doot doot, but you don't get the doot doot, it's the signal from the flight controller to the ESC. Flight controllers do have the possibility of, so basically the 5-volt regulator will die on them. So try this, connect the flight controller to your computer, make sure it actually powers up and you can get in a beta flight, then plug your LiPo in and see if you get all your startup tones. If you do, it's probably because your 5-volt regulator has died on your flight controller. Gummy FPV, let me start by saying I like all the guys you friends because you interact with us a lot, and honestly really appreciate that. Yeah, man, that's what this is all about. Yeah, I make a few bucks on the side doing this stuff. That's not the primary reason why I do it. I do it because I enjoy the hobby, and it can be a serious pain in the ass to get into this thing. There's so many roadblocks and there's so many hurdles to get into it. Not only just the financial part of it, but just there's so many different technologies that are all just butting heads against each other that shouldn't work together, but we do make it work together. And I love teaching and I love trying to help people out. So that's why I do it. And if I can make a few bucks on the side to support my habit, that's just a bonus right there. By the way, YouTube is not a good place to earn money. I can tell you that right now. It starts, if you're new to the hobby, just know these quads are fragile. Yes, they are very fragile. Most durable quad to date is the Emax Hawk Pro. Yeah, the Emax Hawk and the Hawk 5 are just friggin' tanks. The iFlight, the Sedora. Is it the Sedora? It's one of the iFlight 5-inch builds. That thing is a tank as well. What else? Another really good tank build. If you want to start talking like big dollars, the Apex frame is a extremely durable frame, plus has a warranty on it. There's a few frame manufacturers out there that do have lifetime warranties, which is kind of nice. Okay, so that's all soldered up. I think I can shut this guy down for a little bit here. Let's see. Transtech Beetle, is it tough? I looked at the Transtech Beetle. I kind of wanted to try one out, but it looked like it was going to be kind of fragile, but I haven't heard that from anybody. Then again, I haven't heard anybody say it was like tough either, but that's kind of cool. It's hard to tell from looking at pictures at how durable things are going to be. You can tell when things are just designed poorly, like the Ishin Lao 5. The frame was like, God, the arms were just so thick on it. The top and bottom plate were thick, but it was just designed so weird that there's just no way it was going to really survive. Really goofy design. Okay, we got a receiver. We got a video camera, HD board type thingy. Words again, tough. Let's see, we're gonna put this guy, her, which by the way, for 900 megahertz, this is not a good way to mount your antenna across the back here, across an arm. Basically mounting it flat like this is the wrong direction. You want to mount it up and down. Problem is that's not very feasible way to do it, and unless you're like looking for extreme long range, it's not. Hey, look at it, went up. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. It only goes up in 10 sub increments, so I didn't catch it right away. I need to get back in there and change the API to be like 1 sub increments if I can. Oh, the Beetle is a weak frame. Yeah, I kind of thought it would be. The Buzz is a tank. Yep, it sure is. Yeah, I've never really tried the vlogging thing. I kind of like I like the live streams, to be honest. I like interacting with people. I like interacting with people right like directly instead of through the chat system, because the YouTube chat system is just garbage. It really is. That's why I rely so heavily on the Discord server I got. YouTube chat's just bad, just plain bad all around. After about 2 or 3 volleys back and forth, they just stop giving you notifications that somebody's trying to talk to you, which is a pain in the butt. And then that hamster fell off the wheel. What am I talking about? Oh, the traditional videos are nice, but they require a lot of effort. Whereas like this, I'm gonna hit save on it when we're done, and I'm just gonna walk away from it, answer whatever questions come up. But I don't think they generate a lot of views after the fact. Well, I know they don't, looking at the analytics on them. Plus, I mean, YouTube doesn't really give, there's not a good way for creators to generate income through traditional uploads. Like Twitch and all that, there's like so many different ways to donate to the person you're watching. Whereas YouTube, doing a live video is really the only way you can interact live and donate. Whereas like traditional uploads, it's all based on view count, but everybody's running pop-up blockers or ad blockers, which that kills the ad revenue for the person you're watching. Plus the ad revenue is, and I'll be honest, is just garbage. Instagram, I really haven't. I need to put more time in Instagram. I see some people's Instagram posts. I'm just like, how the hell do you do that? Like, there's just so much to them. Like, this is it's nuts. Oh, okay. So the Unify, I'm gonna wire this guy up too. So I think I'll put this on the top plate, possibly. I figure I want to put this guy. Totally forgot about the VTX. Yeah, I'll probably try vlogging here and there. I just gotta find something interesting to blog about. I was gonna work on a like first time going to a race type of video, because I mean that was a bit of a barrier for me to get into racing. Is like, there wasn't a lot of information, like how do you find a race, how do you get there, what should you be prepared for, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Gummy, I already have a Patreon. I already got one of those. If anybody's interested. Ooh, that was the wrong document. There's my Patreon, if anybody's interested. If I was good at this, I probably would have started off the stream with this kind of stuff. There's Facebook, the Gram, and if you're interested in the radio grips or my USB relocation kit for the Taranis X9D series, there you go. And if you just want to cut out the middleman and say thank you, there's that as well. Absolutely none of these are required, and if you do, I really appreciate it. Do I get a portion of the money from YouTube for people who pay? I do. You get a little bit for the YouTube Red subscribers or whatever it's called now. You do get a little bit. It's not like they don't generate any ad revenue. All right, so VTX time. I think about where to mount this thing. Oh, you didn't send any antennas. I'll find an antenna here. Do you run, Celis, do you run left-hand or right-hand circular polarized on your goggles? Oh, no, that's not gonna work. Oh, maybe. There goes. No. Nope, nothing to do on that. Let's see here. Let's see. No, I haven't actually plugged this board into a computer yet. I guess we can do that now, can't we? Why not? Let's find a USB cable here. All right. Let's do the whole screen cap thing here. And there we go. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and connect. So it's got 356, Radix 356. Let's go bootloader. Why is there no target for it? That's interesting. BRAI. Oh, let's see. Download the hex file for your flight controller. Okay, so you got to download Betaflight builds from GitHub. So here's the Betaflight 4.2.1 pre-release build for the Brain FPV1. I assume this is the Radix, right? Yeah, okay, so you gotta download it from here. So you download the hex file like so. Then you come over, you load firmware local, and then there is your firmware. That's how you flash it. Right hand circle OS. Okay, cool. So RHCP. Yeah. So Nick, you gotta download the custom build from Brain FPV's page. So it sucks it's not actually in the configurator, but. I don't know what just happened there. That's weird. Yeah. So, yeah, it sucks. You got to do it on your own, but well, that's just the way it is. I don't like how this hasn't updated at all. Kind of weird. What the hell's going on? Oh, okay, so there you go. There you go. That's Betaflight 4.2 for Radix right there. So, yeah, it's a little more of a pain in the butt to update, but it's honestly not that bad. And then you have people building specific builds for that flight controller rather than building a universal target and then applying the minor tweaks that are necessary to work that particular flight controller. The 30 by 30, which files? Nick, I've never used a Radix flight controller. This is the first one I've ever messed with. So I'm learning as I go. But that's one of the things I do want to kind of goof around with on it, is that graphical SD. That's something that's really interesting to me. I don't know if that's true anymore. I think there is another one that's using a Bosch gyro, and I don't remember who. I don't know if it was the Clean Flight board, but I think there's another one out there that's using that Bosch gyro. I could be wrong. Just kind of recalling something I remember hearing. Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? I forgot what I'm doing. Oh, that's right. More building of the drone. Let's see. You know, I like the MMCX style connectors, but I definitely prefer a SMA with an antenna screwed into that. I don't see what I'm looking for. So probably what I'll end up doing is I'll end up 3D printing a mount here to put a SMA style connector on it. I thought I had one printed out already laying around, but I guess not. And then let's see, we'll do like we'll do a MMCX to SMA pigtail. And then, you know, the sky's the limit with whatever antenna you want to put on there. So you could put a normal length axis, or you can put a long range one on. It just kind of depends on what you want to run. So we'll plan on this first, and then I'll have to go back to fire up Fusion 360 and design a mount real quick. I've done before is I've gone through the hassle of designing a mount, and then after I printed it, I went, oh, let me go look on Thingiverse and see if, and there's like 40 different designs, and I'm like, what a waste of my time. It was fun though, but still kind of a waste of my time. So we're gonna do that on this. Almost at 5,500 subs. Man, I feel like I hit 5 grand not too long ago. It's weird the way the subs work. Is I'll go up and up and up, and then all of a sudden it'll be like, oh, 400 just drop off. Like I don't know if YouTube goes through and like clears the books of non-used accounts or something. I don't know. It's really weird. I don't trust the way YouTube analytics work anyways. I feel like there's some major glitches in it. If you're looking for wire, these little boxes of wire, they're super handy. I don't particularly like the wire. I think the jacketing on it is far too thick for the size of conductor. Like this is 28 gauge, but the outer jacketing is just so stinking thick on it. Maybe that's what it is. Bot accounts. YouTube used to give you a notification every time you got a subscriber. YouTube's weird. Like they'll kill off features. So one thing that they killed off that really kind of irritated me is, so let's say I put out a video and I misspeak, or I say something wrong, or I just like a small error that kind of makes a difference in the video. You used to be able to go back and add notations to the video. So I could put, at a certain time mark, it would actually put text on the video that I choose to put on there. So if I said, oh yeah, connect the green wire, then connect the red wire, and I meant to say the other ways around, I could go back and like annotate that on the screen, like, no, this way. They took that away. They took away the ability to like blur out certain parts of it. Like let's say you did a video and you accidentally got your license plate in there because you were paranoid like that. You used to be able to blur that out. You can't do it anymore. You used to be able to cut sections out of video. Can't do that. I understand it's probably a pain in the ass on their end, but it was a very useful feature that they killed off. Sally, should I get a 3D printer? No, don't do it. Do not do it. Find a friend that has a 3D printer. Or a school. Or a makerspace. 3D printing is awesome, but it is like, you think quads are confusing and tough? 3D printing, bro, that is a dark rabbit hole to go down. I mean, I love 3D printing. I love that I have it, and I would want it no other way. But like I always say, the best 3D printer out there is the one your buddy has. Find a friend. Give them a couple bucks to print you out whatever it is you need. They'll be happy to make a few dollars to recoup all their losses. And you'll have whatever it is you're looking for. There are also online 3D printing services like Shapeways. Yes, HDs, what video format would you recommend? I fly NTSC. You can use either one. It really doesn't matter. I prefer to have... I honestly don't know why I'm doing NTSC. Probably just because that's where I live. I use NTSC. PAL, you do get a little more real estate, and I believe the HDOs will do PAL or NTSC. The thing is, you just want to make sure all your quads are PAL or they're all NTSC. But I would say NTSC, but I have really no good reason for saying that other than this. That's just the way I do it, and I have no real good reason for why that is the way I do it. It just is. All right, so video transmitter time. So I've got power and ground. I'm going to power this directly off of VBAT. The next pad over is 5 volt out. That is if you're going to power a camera with this thing, so we're not going to use that. Video, this is video in. That'll be my or yellow wire. Next pad is audio, so we're not using a microphone, so we're going to leave that off. And the next one is data, so that is smart audio. I'm going to use green. There we go. So there's our receiver. I'm pretty sure I did all that off frame or out of frame. Get a quick once over with the magnifying glass. Just make sure we don't have anything too ugly. Let's see. Well, I guess 3D printing isn't as bad now. I started 3D printing back in 2012, and it sucked. It was awful. I know a lot more now than I did before about it. I probably know more about 3D printing than I ever should, but it's an entirely new skill set. There's a lot of different things about it. Yeah, that'll probably work. All right. So I'm just going to throw this guy in there for the time being so I don't accidentally power up without an antenna on it, because that's one of those silly things I would do. Are we going to go top plate with this? How are we going to do this? Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, we'll go top plate. So with 900 megahertz, you really kind of want to get your VTX and your VTX and your VRX kind of as far away from each other as possible. 900 megahertz does tend to play havoc on 5.8 gigahertz video. All right, so where does this hook up at? Back to the manual. Sorry guys, yeah, my the receiver on my microphone died. Fun stuff. Hope you guys can hear me. Hopefully it's charging. It's not charging. Why is it not charging? Alright, let me do this. There we go. So hopefully that should work out for the rest of the video. Yeah, I see my bars moving. We should have audio now. Sorry about that, guys. Something I didn't really think about is how long the microphone will last. I'm really concerned about the audio of my videos. Something that I don't know where I picked it up, but somebody I saw on YouTube was like, if you're not focusing on video or on your audio, then you need to rethink things, because your viewers are immersed in your audio 100% of the time. They can look away from your video quite often, and it doesn't make a difference. But if the audio is bad, then they typically will just go away. So go through the elaborate process of doing like the wireless lav mic and all that stuff, just so I can try to have better audio without being like tethered down. Yeah, that's what it was. I was just concentrating. It wasn't a technical oops. All right, so I got that. Got this. Got to put this guy on there. Tip it down. So let's put that there. Yeah, I got a couple buddies at work that I found out that also have YouTube channels that they have huge Instagram followings, but found out they have YouTube channels, and they're just kind of sort of starting off, and it's kind of the first bit of advice I'll give somebody's audio. Yeah, the best thing about paying for YouTube Premium or YouTube Red or whatever the heck it was called was the ability to shut the screen off and have the audio keep running. I don't know if that's a standard feature for YouTube now. I mean, I bought into YouTube Red like day one, many years ago. Just I bought it when I was on a metered connection, so it was even more important for me because I didn't have to watch. Waste my data on ads. But I don't know if that's normal in YouTube now to be able to do that, or if it's still like one of those premium features. Just trying to adjust these standoffs just a bit. There we go. Got that. Got this whole mess here. Gonna need some spacers. Come on, get out of there. Try to get these little pieces out of, little washers out of this box. Pain in the butt. So I'm gonna put a little, some of these plastic washers underneath the split camera board, just because the standoffs are metal. I don't want to run the risk of them shorting out. So this is gonna make servicing a bit of a pain in the ass, just because you're gonna have to deal with these stupid spacers. But I mean, it's better than, oh boy. It's better than having to fight with those. Oh my gerb. Come on. Oh boy, how long is this going to take me to do? Oh my god, you kidding me? Oh, these spacers are gonna be such a pain in the ass. I really wish some of this, I wish stuff in this hobby was a little bit more standardized. Like, every flight controller uses this hardware. Every blank does this, and just not this all over the place stuff. Oh, let's take a look at this. Cool. Everybody still going? Surprisingly, none of my cameras have died today. That's it's a improvement over the last stream. I don't know what the heck happened. I meant to try closing OBS and restarting it before the end of the stream, before I ended the stream on the YouTube side of it, just to see what would happen if I had to ever do a reset midstream, which I think would be okay, because I had that unfortunate event where my computer actually locked up midstream. I was able to save it, but okay. It's two of the world's most pain-ass pieces of hardware. Oh, you know what? I'm putting this dumb thing upside down. You idiot. Forgot about this piece here. So this little clippy-doo thing here holds the, keeps the SD card from getting ejected, because that will happen. So then I don't need a spacer on that side, which is good. I build mini quads? Yep, I do. For sure. Yeah, I build quite a few. I actually really kind of enjoy it to a certain degree. does take a certain level of patience, though. Some of the stuff is pretty tedious. A hardware list already break them. Okay, so I got those two. Jeez, what a pain in the butt that is. Let's see, how many builds do I've probably done, I've got to be near, it's got to be at least 30 builds by now in the last couple of years. At least. And I've enjoyed every single one of them. Yeah, I really hope this does fly well. Hope it doesn't require a lot of tuning. Typically putting things on top of your stack or on top of your flight controller like this it's not ideal. This does add extra vibration and weird little things to the PID loop if it's not done well. All right, there's that. So we've got, and yeah, I still got to secure all this stuff here in the back, but we're getting the bones of her in. So we got our split board, our flight controller, our ESC. Now we got our camera in. This uses these side plate style doohickers. So, Cine Queen's hovering bad. Oh yeah. Is it a stock Betaflight tune, or have you changed anything in it? Does the Cine Queen have black box logging on it? Oh, frig. This camera doesn't fit. All right, so the camera doesn't fit. I didn't realize that this was not designed for a 20 by 20 camera. This must be for like a mini camera, not a micro or a 20 by 20 style camera. Man, really? That's a bummer. That is a real bummer. Okay, so that ain't gonna work. Man, I am really surprised that this. I just assumed this frame was a 20 by 20 or a 20 millimeter camera setup, but oh my god, it's not. It's a 23. Jeez. Okay. All right, not a big deal. Just kind of means that this is about where we stop for the day. It's pretty much ready to go. I guess we can smoke check it and see how that goes, since we haven't really put power on this thing since we've done too much to it. All right. So let's go ahead and power it up. See how it goes. Ready? 3, 2, 1, and so that's a good sign. We're all good there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to call it for the night. I'm going to go and draft up some parts for this quad. One, to mount this SMA adapter on the back of the quad like this, coming up at like, oh man, I know you can't see that, coming up at like a 45, so you can put whatever antenna you want on there. And then I'm going to ditch these side plates, which is probably going to be better for the HD recording. I'll design a TPU mount for the front here, so we can have the camera kind of like this. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a ton of camera protection, just because, well, I'll see what I can do. I can see if I can get it back a little bit farther just to keep the standoffs out of shot. But I'll just design a real quick TPU mount for it. It shouldn't take too long. And then won't use these side plates. I probably could also. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on. Brain cells are firing. Okay, yeah. So one of two ways. I can either just make some TPU pads to soak up the distance between the two carbon fiber side plates, or I can make a TPU mount that goes off the front standoffs, kind of like this, but just a little bit bigger and heavier. It would definitely save some weight to not use these plates, because these are pretty herky. So something we got to think about. But the basic bones of it are here: the receiver, VTX, split cam, flight controller, ESC, camera, 4 go fast motors, and yeah. So yeah, I really wish I could have gotten this thing completely built up, but hey, it's just the way it works. Sometimes you got to stop and reevaluate. But yeah, but it's almost there. You saw how to flash the Radix Lee flight controller. That was the first for me. I mean, I've done individual targets like that, but I've never had to go and get someone else's specialized build. But yeah. So, anyways, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. This is a long one. I really appreciate it. Cell Ice, dude, you're out there killing it. Keep up the good work, man. I love the fact that you're pushing hard and you're getting the family into it. That it takes a lot to get one person to do it, and it takes even more to get the whole family on board. Trust me, I'm trying. Kid likes horses too much. But anyways, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking us out. And if you feel like helping me out, check those links that I've posted in the video description. If you're looking to buy anything, doesn't cost you anything, helps me out. And I hate self-promoting, so I will see you all next time. Thanks for stopping by, and look for me again next weekend. All right, guys. Peace.